President Castellanos, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the May 15th, 2024 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:10 p.m. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus is absent. Trustee Davis. Trustee Jones. Here. Trustee Pritchard is absent. Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham is absent. Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Ms. Hayes, before the board recesses to closed session, is there anyone that would like to speak on a closed agenda item?
There are none.
Okay, the board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. A, student expulsions, 2 cases. B, student readmission, 1 case. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, 1 case. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, unrepresented employees. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure litigation, 1 case. Public employment and evaluation of performance, superintendent. Liability claim, significant exposure litigation, 1 case. The board will now recess to closed session. Thank you.
President Castellanos, the live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the May 15th, 2024 regular board meeting of Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7 o'clock. As a reminder, per board policy 9323 meeting conduct, requests to address the Board of Trustees will be accepted only until 30 minutes after the start of open session. Please also note we have Spanish interpreters attending this evening's board meeting and they are available in the back of the room. Also, if we have any students registered to speak on an agenda item, we will hear them before any adult speaker. Oral communications is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. Per board policy, the total time allotted for oral communications is 20 minutes, with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. The per speaker time may be less if there is a large number of speakers. Under California law, board members cannot respond to non-agenda oral communication comments. We would also like to note that while the public has the right to speak, the district does not condone speech that may be perceived as hateful or discriminatory. The purpose of a school or a school district is to teach. In addition to typical academic subjects, we want to teach young people appropriate behavior and respect for other points of view. Our students are watching and listening to all of us. We appreciate your support tonight in modeling respectful and productive public discourse for our students and our community. Okay, Ms. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Student Board Member Pierce.
Here.
Trustee Bullockis.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Jones. Trustee Pritchard.
Present.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. All right, for the Pledge of Allegiance tonight, Student Board Member Pierce, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Thank you.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved. Okay, moved by Trustee Davis, seconded by Trustee Parham. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 by roll call vote to adopt the agenda with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Pierce. All right, at this time, Ms. Hayes, will you please read the report from closed session?
On agenda item 3A, student expulsions, trustees voted 5-0-2 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. Case number 2024-024, case number 2024-026. On agenda item 3B, student readmission, trustees voted 5-0-2 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. Case number 2023-039. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, no reportable action. On agenda item 3D, conference with labor negotiators, no reportable action. Please strike that from the record. On agenda item 3D, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. ADR case number 2024-0409, case number 2024-0417, case number 2024-0422. On agenda item 3F, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. OAH case number 2023-110097. On agenda item 3G, public employment and evaluation of performance, no reportable action. On agenda item 3H, liability claim, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following case. Government claim number 2311982. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. At this time, I'd like to recognize Superintendent Dr. Chris Brown.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 15th board meeting.
You know, May is deep into the season of celebrations, senior awards, we're getting ready for graduation. It's a really fun time of year to go see everything that our students have accomplished. And it's my favorite time of year as I get to go and celebrate with them. One of the things we do in May is we conduct an annual survey of our CUSD seniors to see where they're planning to attend in the fall. And I just wanted to share with you some of the amazing places that we've heard. So we have students with acceptance letters from Brown, Cornell, Harvard, BYU, Rice, Notre Dame, Stanford, Pepperdine, Johns Hopkins, Purdue, USC, Chapman, local community colleges, universities across the country, including overseas. The University of Zadar in Croatia is where one of our seniors will be attending next year. We have students attending military academies. We have students going to West Point, the Naval Academy, the Air Force Academy. We have students who will be going directly into trade schools and technical schools, starting their careers, preparing for independent living, which, as we know, is the dream of all parents, to have their kids successfully living independently. And really, it's our incredible teachers and our classified staff who work tirelessly for our students. Many of them have been with us for 13 years to help them achieve all this success along the way. And it's a lot of success. As we've shared in previous board presentations and last month, if you look at the California State dashboard, it shows that CUSD students on average are 47 points above the state standards for their grade level in ELA. Those students are really doing a great job. And they're 17.2 points above standard in math. And as we all know, math is in crisis across the country. I mean, in Capo, our students are outscoring the standards. If you look at school rankings, we know that on the California dashboard, blue and green are the schools that are ranked very high and high. Capo has 47 schools in those rankings in ELA and 42 schools in math. That's more than most districts have schools, period. The district has more than 30 schools that are categorized by the state as increased or significantly increased. So not only are students in Capo scoring very high, they're also growing. They're increasing their scores at a rate that is not seen elsewhere. And as you've heard me say before, we're one of the first districts to get our scores back to pre-COVID levels in ELA and math in a lot of our schools. So really the dashboard data is clear, the California state data is clear. Capo has high standards of achievement. The trend is to improve those standards. So we're not satisfied at high standards. We're going to keep going. We also want to celebrate the fact that many of our students have choices here that don't exist elsewhere. Choices like the CCA, College and Career Advantage Program, where they can take technical education courses, they can take certificate courses, they can take things that add some relevance to the high academic rigor classes that they're taking. So they understand the why I have to learn this question, right? Because they can see it in practice. And these are things that help them with their post-secondary journey. It gives our students the knowledge of what they can or maybe don't want to do when they leave some of those classes. Maybe I'm not interested in that as much. And really, when you look at CTE courses, our students are excelling at those as well, and they're scoring near the top of the state. So I just wanted to close the May meeting, or the May regular meeting, I should say, by saying congratulations to our students who are wherever they are, moving from one grade to another or moving out of our system and into their post-secondary options. You guys have done a phenomenal job in the last 13 years. And thank you to our teachers and our staff for making that happen. So good job, students. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, any comments this evening? Okay, go ahead, trustee Hanachak, while I figure out technical problems.
Okay, maybe I should put mine on too. Okay, I scripted myself out so I'd stay on task. Every year at this time, I reflect and frankly marvel that we have a student board representative sitting alongside of us. When that student applies, they have no idea what the upcoming school district issues might be. It could be one year, young lady found out from Dana, we were going to change the calendar. Whereupon she was accosted out in the parking lot. That calendar was not very popular. But each of the student leaders brings their own level of engagement and diligence. But most importantly, they bring their in the trenches student view and experience, which is imperative. It's a reminder of the why and what we do and who we serve. Tyler, you have been grace under fire, and I appreciate your professional demeanor, clarity, and how you have rendered that important student voice. And I can't thank you enough. So best of luck. We wish you the best.
Thank you. Other trustees? Sorry, I don't have, my system's not, oh, thank you, trustee Bullock.
Well, as Superintendent Brown said, this is a very exciting time of year, and we're coming off of a very exceptional learning year. So like all the rest of the trustees, looking forward to the senior awards, the graduations and all. And it's only 11 days left of school, and yet the board continues to meet during the summer. And Trustee Jones is going to share a little bit of more detail, but as delegates on the California School Board Association, we're headed to Sacramento this weekend. Because if you're probably reading in the newspapers, there is a real California budget crisis. And we have a governor, Governor Newsom, who would like to borrow from Prop 98 to help backfill some of the problems that we have. The problem with that is constitutionally that funding is guaranteed for education. And when you start going back into a prior school year of 2022, 2023 to borrow from the past to pay for the future, it sets a precedence. And our California School Board Association is really working hard legislatively to point out the wrongs in that. And so our big topic this weekend is all about the budget that our superintendent has been talking about and trying to share with you all in prior months. So with a little further explanation, Trustee Jones will tell you about Prop 98 and what we're headed for this weekend to talk about our school district and the funding so that we can continue the exceptional programs and all that we have to offer. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Trustee Jones.
So I actually want to start with the good news instead of the bad news, but I do have good news and bad news. So each year, the state of California awards California Distinguished School Recognition to public schools, including charter schools, and that have made significant gains in closing the achievement gap for their students. This is important for all students because when the achievement gap is narrowed, every student has access to more challenging academic work than they had before. Schools don't apply to be California Distinguished Schools. The state finds you. It's not a beauty contest. It's not about who can complete the most impressive application. It's based on a school's actual achievement data. This year, secondary schools were the ones recognized, and CUSD had 6 awardees: BAMS, Hankey Middle School, Ascensia Middle School, Las Flores Middle School, Marco Forster, and Miguel Hills. A lot of charter schools and other districts were recognized as distinguished schools, but no CUSD charters were recognized. I am honestly really proud of all these schools, but I'm going to talk tonight about Marco because it's my own neighborhood school. California has over 7,100 middle schools, and Marco is now ranked number 738, placing it just outside the top 10%. It hasn't always been like this at Marco. Many schools struggle with the changing needs of a changing student population and, frankly, a changing world. But I think Marco staff has actually found a sweet spot. Several years ago, this board established the CUSD vision of an unwavering commitment to student success. And the Marco staff exemplifies that commitment. The growth in student learning outcomes at Marco has been tremendous. The teachers and other staff operate on the unwavering belief that they can help more students achieve at high levels by working cooperatively together than they can do each alone. I think Marco Principal Kat Thompson, Kat, would you raise your hand? Said it best. So I'll just quote what she said when the San Juan Capistrano City Council recognized the work of her staff. Kat said, raise your hand again. I think they want to see who you are. Okay. Okay. Well, let me read her quote first. This is a huge honor, but really the honor is in seeing what we get to see every day in our students. Our driving force in the work we do is what we believe students can do, and our collective beliefs about how we meet their needs is ultimately what's going to determine the levels of achievement they reach. Do stand up, Kat. I didn't know Kat was gonna be here. Thank you. And I really appreciate what the staffs of all these schools did. I'm a little verklempt. But it's really an honor that we have so many schools that got this award. And Dr. Brown said very well, this is an impressive district, and anybody who doesn't know that needs to get on board. So now for the bad news that I also, Trustee Bullock has mentioned, you may have heard in the past about Prop 98, which established a constitutionally required percentage of the state budget go to schools. Nearly all the funding that comes to public schools, including charter schools and community colleges, is Prop 98 funding. That's pretty much all the money we get. You may have also heard that Governor Newsom is proposing what many are calling a Prop 98 funding maneuver to close his budget deficit. This maneuver is pretty complicated. Judy explained a little bit of it, but in the simplest terms, it's a violation of the Prop 98 funding guarantee. If the legislature accepts the governor's proposal, it's up to them. It will be financially disastrous for California schools, including charter schools and community colleges, for years to come. This is not a one-year thing. This is not just next year. This is going to be years into the future. I want to urge everyone listening, parents, students, and staff members to call or write their state senator and state assembly member to urge them to reject the governor's Prop 98 funding maneuver. He needs to find other ways to close his budget deficit. Please do this immediately. Don't wait, because the legislature begins budget hearings next week. If you don't know how to contact your members of the legislature, of the state legislature, please email me and I'll tell you what to do. Just tell me what city you live in, because different areas have different members. My email address is really easy. If you haven't heard it before, it's gijones@capousd.org, or you can find it on the district website. Please do not let the state legislature and the governor take away this critical funding source, and don't assume that your members of the Senate and Assembly will stand up for education if you don't speak up. gijones@capousd.org. I will explain to you what to do. Thanks very much.
Trustee Davis?
Thank you. With that lead in, I'll move right on over, G.I. Jones. Thank you. I had an opportunity to be a part of the CACE Job Shadow Program and attended it. I was able to job shadow Lisa Varela, the fabulous office manager at Marco, and loved learning from her and what happens there at Marco. Again, perfect lead into that highlight there. So grateful for that opportunity, and loved hearing as we heard from those that were able to be a part of that program yesterday afternoon, along with Trustee Bullicus and President Castellanos. The Eat Real tour, Trustee Jones attended, and I attended the Capistrano School lunch tour, where we met with a lot of partners that we partner with, and learned from some of the things that we're doing. And Capo is kind of leading the charge in helping to get better food into our schools at lunches. And our team there has just been fabulous and worked tirelessly with each of the partners that we partner with, and pushing back on things that needed to be pushed back on so that we can have better food. So that was just an incredible opportunity. San Clemente High School on Saturday night had the Wanderlust, the spring dance concert, where they invite teams from across Southern California, and it was a great night to celebrate dancers from different areas, from LA and from Orange County and Riverside County and San Bernardino County. The Spirit Assembly at San Clemente High School. It's just such a great time to wrap up all the wonderful things as you see what's happening. And it is just a month of celebrations. few open houses. Legally Blonde at San Clemente High School. If any of you missed that opportunity, make sure you attend next year. It's again, opportunity to see incredible performers, incredible. The San Clemente High School Senior Awards, we recognize 300 seniors, 300. It's amazing. Super impressive in every way. I also wanted to kind of talk about the partnerships we have with our cities. I was able to attend the State of the City for San Clemente at beautiful Bella Colina and appreciate those partnerships that we continue to build and grow, that we need to provide opportunities for excellent schools. Can't help but recognize the retirement of so many great teachers and staff, and great for that reception to value and just honor those that have served our students for decades, many decades. It's just incredible. And looking forward to graduation and wrapping up this year and moving on to the next. So congratulations to all our seniors and what that looks for.
Thank you. I just have a few comments this evening. First of all, I kind of want to extend or continue the conversation that Dr. Brown started about how we perform. We have high academic performance in this district, but he also mentioned the many opportunities that our students have in this district. And I got to experience that opportunity. Trustee Bullicus and Trustee Davis also participated in Capistrano Appreciates Classified Employees, otherwise known as CASE. And it was a shadowing program where I got to go out and shadow an employee at Tesoro High School. And I was shadowing Miss Michaela Feldman, who is an instructional music assistant. And when I got my assignment, I was like, wow, okay, Tesoro, the choir, here I go. I was excited. I don't get to go out to Tesoro much. So exciting things are happening out there. But I walked on campus and Miss Michaela met me in the office and took me into the choir room. I mean, I often speak how when I'm in spaces with students that I wish you all could be there. I wish the public could see what I see and what I get to observe, because some of the amazing things that you see in classrooms that kids get to experience it just blows me away. And you walk into a room where the walls are lined with photos and the photos are 4x6. So I asked the choir teacher, wow, how many photos do you have in this room? And he's like, 6,000. I'm like, wow. And then in the back of the room in these big letters, it says, we are family. And you're sitting there and I'm watching these students perform their musical talent, which is their voice. And it's just amazing. And then Miss Michaela's job during tutorial, she also offers private voice lessons for students who sign up. And she'll go over anything they want with them. If they have an audition or they're preparing for whatever's coming up that day, or they're worried about a performance or whatever, and spends one-on-one time just working on her talent, which is she's a vocal graduate from Chapman. So just amazing things that are happening in our schools. And I got to witness just one of them. And so I wanted to share that with you tonight. On a second note, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I'd like to take a moment to recognize our student board member, Tyler Pierce. This is his last board meeting of the year. Tyler has a very difficult job of representing over 42,000 students. That's a very large district. And so I have some things to say about Tyler. Tyler academically has demonstrated exceptional commitment while challenging himself with a rigorous AP/IB curriculum and earning a grade point average of 4.4. That's worth a clap right there. Nice job. He has made significant contributions to his school community, founding the Model United Nations Club and representing San Clemente High School in the Model Congress travel team. He is also a valedictorian, a member of the National Honor Society, the California Scholarship Federation, and California Technical Education Completer for Design and Visual Media Arts. Amazing. Additionally, he is the head editor and writer for the San Clemente High School newspaper. Next year, Tyler's academic journey will continue at Boston College, where he will pursue a major at, oh, I'm sorry, Boston University. Thank you. He will major in international relations and political science. So congratulations, Tyler. Thank you for all your service to CUSD. We appreciate you so much. So thank you. Can we do a picture now? Out here?
Let's do it in unboxing. In a
Sorry for the.
You guys go take pictures too if you want.
This one, that's what
Maybe I'll just start.
Cheese. I got it.
Okay, student board member Pierce, do you have some comments this evening?
Yes, can't believe it's my last meeting. It's crazy, but I tried my last time sitting here, but I tried to condense all of my thoughts and experiences into one statement. So and I'd just like to start off by just words can't express how thankful I am and honored to be able to be sitting here this year. And this opportunity over the last 9 months has been eye-opening and amazing. It's something that I never thought I'd be able to have. And I'd like to thank the board and staff who made it possible for me to sit here. And thank you for everyone for providing me with opportunities beyond what I even imagined possible this year. I'd also want to thank those who possibly challenged me and opposed my views this year, because they've taught me tolerance and how to respectfully engage with differing perspectives, even though they may be contrary to my own beliefs. And I like to just say that we live in a society where diverse thoughts and ideas are essential for progress. Here on this board, the most local and effective form of government for students, parents, and those involved in the education system, I have learned the valuable lesson of respecting and coexisting with viewpoints that I both agree and disagree with, even those that make my stomach fall. Through leadership and speaking up, I found liberation not just for myself, but for roughly 42,000 students in this district. Each of our voices is powerful and unique, and something that can't be replicated, measured by ability, or categorized. It is important that we use our voices here, especially if you're a student. I'll never forget the emotions, passion, and dedication that came with showing up for students, not just for personal agendas, but for the students, because this is our education. Reflecting on my time here, I remember moments that have left a lasting impact. I was in the seat when I heard that being part of the LGBTQ community is a form of, quote, undiagnosed autism. I was also here when I was called a leftist pawn by Congressman Bill Saley. But I was also here when hundreds of students showed up in support of their future. And those students from all walks of life were vulnerable to believe that their rights and autonomy were at risk. And we as a board, we listened. I was in the seat when I was singled out for advocating for student rights, but I was also complimented while in this exact seat for those exact efforts. A lot has happened in the seat, but most importantly, I was brave. And I put 100% into every single meeting to ensure that students of Capo USD had the best representation possible. As I leave here, there are 3 issues that I am passionate about ensuring that remain a part of conversation. 1 being shutting down book banning discussions, ensuring that parental right notification or homophobic outing policies stay away, making sure that everyone realizes how fortunate we are to receive a world-class education, a public education, and have the freedom to voice our individual opinions. It's shocking that I still have to address this issue on book bans, but not because of the books that are being questioned, but because of the impact of the online opinionated Instagram accounts that have promoted alienation of minority groups. It's Instagram accounts that pride themselves in religious and political beliefs, among others, spread misinformation and hate speech, that affects the student body I represent. Although I am blocked from these social media accounts, I can still see how they influence the conversations surrounding the acceptance of the LGBTQ+ community and the movement of banning books, according to these niche groups, to promote quote transgenderism, queer liberation, or probably anything under gender identity, or frankly, any idea that goes against these social media groups' message of prioritizing traditional ideologies. The teachers are concerned that their professional credentials and authority are subject to areas are being undermined by external influences. They feel patronized, both teachers and students. Teachers are the experts in the field and they should have the final say in the content that is taught. So they believe that students are being treated as incapable of engaging in challenging texts, which undermines their intellectual development. I would also like to know, I'd like to throw in that it would be good for the individuals who push for banning books to also realize that 42,000 individual educational experiences are at risk for book benefit for the belief of your individual beliefs for the banning the books. So let's also look at history and reflect on a time where banning books or limitation of general speech has provided positive change in society. I overheard classmates talking about the book My Shadow is Pink and how, according to these online groups, were deemed dangerous for children, along with something that shouldn't be read in class. I would like to personally address this because when I was younger, I wore pink and I wore a trans dress. Material like this at an age where I was alienated for expressing this part of myself would have saved me a lot of mental struggles. Being told that I was not normal and had issues did not help me develop, and that were actually worried about me. But shockingly enough, that is not the main concern. These groups pushing against books have said nothing but empty remarks and homophobic hate speech both online and in this room. The idea that I, someone who relative to this book, had a pink shadow, and being told again by these people banning this book or trying to because of what it teaches is far from the truth. Nobody is converting children's sexualities, but rather promoting healthy open-mindedness and normalization of marginalized communities that do exist, no matter what your personal beliefs are. To prove that these communities exist, if it already isn't clear, I remember hundreds of students who spoke up at the outing policy meeting in October 18th. Their voices were loud and clear, a perfect example of what our generation can do through collective efforts. The fact that these individuals still come up today and bring this policy back shocks me, worries me, but mostly ensures that the future generations will understand the importance of using their voices. This brings me to my final point, which is the profound appreciation for the education many students are privileged to receive. When we look around the globe, it is clear that level of education isn't accessible to everyone. Especially in times like these, it is imperative to recognize the privilege that we hold being here in this very room, having the freedom to use our voices. Equally is important to the responsibility of not abusing this privilege. Today, children and families around the world are being killed, stripped of their freedoms, separated, censored, and worse. Children are hungry, sleeping on streets, being trafficked, and dehumanized. Education is the last thing on their minds when their primary concern is survival. The parents of these children aren't worried about upholding dated traditional values, textbooks, and reading books. Their focus is on their children's safety and ability to simply survive. These children would give anything to be in our school. I'm concerned with the issues that seem trivial in comparison to their struggles. It is time for us to adopt a more holistic and global perspective. To bring it closer to home, let me emphasize the fact that these struggles aren't just happening around the globe, but also within our very district. The specifics may differ, but the narrative stays the same. I know kids at my school who can't attend can't attend school every day because they have to work to support their families or watch over their siblings while their parents go to work to pay the bills. Not everyone in our district has the access or privilege to attend these meetings on Wednesday evenings. The reality is that although we may all come from the same schools, the opportunities and privileges that we experience are not uniformly distributed. But we must acknowledge that these disparities and strive for more equitable understanding to support the system for everyone. Unfortunately, these aren't issues that can be fixed on the board during the board meetings or conversations, but acknowledgement of the issues are the first step. This is the very reason not being able to identify the solution is what motivates me to study political science and international relations next year at Boston University. I aim to use that education to deepen my understanding of how to be a helpful member of society by providing a voice for those who are incapable. Although this is my last statement on this board, I doubt this is the last time you'll hear me speaking up about these issues in ways to collectively resolve them. So with that, goodbye for now, and thank you to everyone who gave me the opportunity to realize how deep this passion lies. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to oral communications. The total time for oral communication shall be 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per individual, but could be less with a larger number of speakers. Complaints regarding district employees should be addressed by completing the district's formal complaint form available on the district website. Ms. Hayes, we have how many speakers do we have this evening?
We have 16 speakers, so per board policy, it'll be 1 minute each. I'll start calling the names.
Okay, thank you.
Shireen Smith, please line up in this order. Shireen Smith, Jen. I have Jen Moffroy and then Jen Mund. Please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Annette Groves, Renee Sanchez, Pam, Amy Baxter, Rocky, Sarah, and Candace, our first 10 speakers. Shireen, please go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Shireen Smith, former teacher, Marco Forster Middle School, Principal Aliso Viejo Middle School, Principal Capo Valley High School, and Superintendent of Laguna Beach Unified. Wow, Tyler, what an impressive oration that you shared with us tonight. I'm so proud of you. I'm sure your parents are beyond proud. So congratulations, you're going to be an asset to Boston University. I just want to note that Capo has so much to celebrate across the district. High schools are organizing their graduations, and these are momentous occasions that celebrate the hard work and achievement of our students. And I'd especially like to note the accomplishments of our AVID students. AVID students are often the first in their families to go to college, and they take an additional elective to help them succeed in their school's most rigorous courses, and it prepares them for their next step, be it college, careers, or the military. I would also like to commend, because it couldn't happen without them, the outstanding teachers, staff, and administrators of Capistrano Unified. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Jen Moffroy.
Hi, my name is Jen Mofoy. I'm a library media technician at San Clemente High School and a parent of a 10th grader who's really enjoying her high school experience there. I wanted to thank you all for your support of reviewing the library job descriptions. Library staff has been working for the last 4 years out of class on Chromebook needs for all the students in the district because the district, they cannot reach their curriculum without these devices. And so they've needed a lot of support. We've been working with HR for 2 years and the union people and people from Ed Services on creating a system to approach the Chromebooks. And now it's time for them to formally be part of our job description. So thank you for your support of that. School library staff have circulated 100,000 Chromebooks this year and submitted 15,000 radar tickets. They are integral to student life. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jen Mundell.
Good evening. My name is Jen Mundell, and I've been an elementary library media tech at Vista Del Mar for 8 years. And I'm also the parent of 3 students in the district. I've seen firsthand the impact the district's one-to-one Chromebook program has had on our library staff. Chromebooks have become a significant part of our daily job. I personally help up to 30 students a day with Chromebooks in the library. And because of the work library techs are doing, we have the ability to fix Chromebooks on site, which is essential as it allows students to be able to immediately participate in testing or classroom lessons using Chromebooks instead of having to send out a Chromebook to TIS for repairs. Excuse me. While like many of our techs, I enjoy being able to provide such important on-site technical support for our school community. I am thankful the district and board are reviewing our outdated job descriptions, which currently have no reference to Chromebooks. I want to thank the board for your interest in supporting our library techs and the important work they're doing.
Annette Groves.
Good evening, board members. My name's Annette Oriema Grubbs, and I have been with the district for 22 years and have been at Las Flores Middle School for 19 years as a library media tech. Since the return from distance learning, I have helped my students with troubleshooting their own Chromebooks. Sometimes due to maturity, intellectual, or language differences, I troubleshoot their Chromebooks for them. There have been several instances where I have talked to parents on the phone and help them troubleshoot Chromebooks over the phone so that their student who's at home ill or on vacation can get their Chromebook up and working. Please consider approving the revised library media text job description and compensation to reflect the work we are doing with Chromebooks. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Renee Sanchez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Renee Sanchez. I'm the library media tech at New Hart Middle School, going on my 25th year there. For the past 4 years, Chromebooks have made their way into our libraries and not only become a key component in our students' education, but an essential piece of the overall classroom experience. The library is the only place on campus where students, staff, and parents can go to for prompt Chromebook assistance. Students enter the library frustrated, in a panic that their Chromebook is not working, and we do our best to get them back to class with a working Chromebook without missing valuable instruction time. We are also responsible for placing radar tickets, collecting fines, inventory, packing, receiving. The list goes on.
Our next speaker is Pam.
Judge not lest you be judged. Tyler respectfully and others today who believe that a stance against transgenderism is a voice of judgment. I want to assure you that for the majority of people, it is not. Instead, it's a form of a stance for love, compassion, and concern. We believe these students are most often confused, being groomed, or mislabeled. We see futures for these children that they're not presently able to see. We see good health, not a lifelong dependency on medications. We see for them babies and families, not a denial of motherhood if they so choose. We see the family unit strengthened and the foundation of our society, not parents denied their rights. There is no judgment of transgender students. Instead, there is concern for their future lives.
Our next speaker is Amy Baxter.
Hi, I'm Amy Baxter, CUSD parent and San Clemente resident. I had the privilege of attending 2 of our district's senior awards ceremonies at Dana Hills and San Clemente as a presenter of a community scholarship at each school. Congratulations to the administrations and ASBs of these schools for an organized, well-run, and joyful event. It was so amazing to see this year's seniors recognized for their hard work and perseverance. Whether the kids enter the job force, go to a vocational or technical school, a 4-year university, community college, or their military service, they are ready. The breadth and depth, the caliber of student in this district is remarkable and enviable. Congratulations to the families and students of the class of 2024. Capistrano Unified has fulfilled its mission statement to prepare students to meet the challenges of a rapidly changing world. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rocky.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dr. Rocky Sifoni. I'm the parent of a CUSD student and a former community college educator. Last month, I attended an event at Capo Valley High School called Together for Teens, Igniting Your Authenticity. Did you know that the typical American teenager spends more time scrolling on their mobile device than walking? Over their lifetime, today's teens and college students will spend approximately 30 years behind a screen. The impacts of today's digital landscape on our young people is like nothing we've ever seen before. The Together for Teens event took place over a half day on April 13th and included workshops and breakout sessions to help teens and parents navigate today's new normal. The keynote speaker of the day was Larissa May, and she and her organization, Half the Story, have been rallying advocacy for California Senate Bill 1504, the Cyberbullying Protection Act. For more information, you can Google #HalfTheStory.
Our next speaker is Sarah Phillips.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Phillips. I'm a mom in the district. I want to thank our board and our superintendent for keeping things sane and student-centered this year. I asked my two girls their favorite things about school this year. My 7-year-old next to me, she said that she gets to do iReady, that she gets to play, and that she gets to have free recesses. Those were her favorite things this year. My 14-year-old at BAMS, her favorite things were a full year of art this year at the school. Choir and Mrs. Calhoun are awesome. And the 8th grade trip to DC and New York. Those were her highlights. I'd like to also add some of my favorite things. Mrs. Baedeker and her math joy attitude at BAMS is wonderful. And I'll give a shout out to Miss Campo and the paras in her class at Truman Benedict. Capo really has so many wonderful teachers, support staff and administrators, and a big thank you to Tyler.
Our next speaker is Candace.
Hi, I'm Candace Boren, PTA president at Marblehead Elementary, where we just finished up Teacher Appreciation Week. Our classes took turns stocking the teacher's lounge with special family recipes every day. We recognized our teachers at our end of year event with handmade gifts from our talented parents, and the students drew pictures, wrote notes, and wore their teacher's favorite colors. It was a welcomed opportunity for our school community to celebrate our wonderful teachers and show our kids the importance of giving back to the people who do so much for us. And it doesn't take a lot of money to do that, just a little work and a lot of love. As I'm wrapping up my term, I want to thank the superintendent and district staff for their support of our school, and to those trustees who have supported us, thank you. We think of our mighty Marblehead as the little school that could, and I'm so grateful to have had the opportunity to lead this community of amazing families. Also, a huge thanks to our Capo Council, PTSA, Michelle Plossel-Campbell, Jessica Geyer, and Luca Grecu, who fight tirelessly for our schools and our kids day in and day out. We truly appreciate all you do. Thanks.
Our next group of speakers, please line up as I call your name. Trudy, Jean, Mary, Eileen, and Lisa, and Eva.
Hello there, I'm Trudy Padobas from San Clemente. Thank you, Tyler Pierce, for being such an extraordinary CUSD student board rep this year. We in San Clemente are so very proud of you for being the voice of CUSD students. At the Seniors Award night last week, Tyler was one of 6 and one of many students honored with scholarships. You 6 were a perfect representation of students from the AVID program all the way through the IB program. 3 of these students were like Tyler, whose parent is a teacher in CUSD, and the parents of the other 3 are all very active PTA members in our community. Through the PTA in the classroom, your parents were there already from the first day you entered kindergarten. Your achievements are a testament to the extraordinary educational opportunities provided by CUSD. I commend the administrators in this room, as well as all the ones at the school sites, for especially the outstanding teachers of CUSD for all they do each day. Congratulations to all of you.
Our next speaker is Jean.
Hello, board. Later in the agenda of this meeting, you're amending a bullying and student internet safety policy to address the inappropriate use of AI technology to deceive, shame, or in any other way harm or victimize people. To this, I applaud. It's an appropriate response to the terrible testimonies we had heard last month. But I come to also to ask, what are you doing to protect our children from a state that pushes gender ideology through its sex education curriculum? A curriculum that deceives children to believe they can become any sex they choose. A state-sponsored Healthy Kids survey promotes the belief that sex is assigned at birth, as though someone can decide willy-nilly that you're a boy or a girl. If CUSD cares about the students' well-being, student safety, CSD must push back. Thank you.
As an educator, I have many concerns about the National Education Association. Bob Shannon, who was their legal counsel for 41 years, says that they are effective not because of their creative ideas, not because of the merit of their position, not because they care about children or have a vision of great public education for each child. It's effective because we have power, and we have power because there are 3.2 million people who are willing to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in our dues. Those hundreds of millions of dollars, 87% of them go for liberal causes. And we're concerned how this affects our children, from the sex ed curriculum to all of the liberal causes. Only 50% of those teachers are liberal, and they're not being represented properly. And when we talk about bullying, they have bullying 101 in the CTA. Why don't they practice what they preach and not bully the teachers to join an organization just for the money? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eileen.
Good evening. My name's Eileen McDermott, and I'm here as a servant of God. The undeniable truth. God is the same then, now, and forever. The Creator does not change. He does not make mistakes. God, the Creator, made two genders, men and women. Stop confusing and indoctrination of the children. Also, please call your state senators and governors to support SB 1414 to make child trafficking for sex a felony for 2 to 4 years in prison. They will have a hearing tomorrow. So call tonight or call tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa.
Good evening. Have you read this book yet? Please, please read this book, especially you, The Queering of the American Child explains that the American education right now is in the grip of a religious cult. With what started in the 1990s with a small group of weird, anyway, it's a religion. It's a religion. And boy, I just pray that you would take a whole year off and not go to college right away so that you could really see the real world. Please.
Yeah.
God bless you all.
Our next speaker is Eva Harrison.
Hello. I wanted to address the identity support document advising Capo USD staff how to socially transition students by changing names, pronouns, and with that bathrooms, locker rooms, and sports teams. No parental notification or signature required for this. While you've been directed by the California Department of Education to keep social transitioning a secret from parents, this is a guideline, not a law. Attorney General Rob Bonta threw school districts under the bus a little bit by admitting that, I quote, "Those are non-enforceable guidelines, so there's no one on the states who's actually going to enforce those guidelines. And to the extent that EUSD believed it had to follow those guidelines as a mandate of state law, that is just an incorrect assumption." So these guidelines are unenforceable and illegal. I'm asking you for a clear parental notification policy. Thank you.
Okay, we are now going to public hearings. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing regarding 2024-2025 local control accountability plan and update. The time is now 7:55. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speakers for the public hearing? Okay. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed and the time is now 7:55. We also have a public hearing 2024-25 proposed budget adoption. I'd like to open public hearing regarding the proposed budget adoption. The time is now 8 o'clock. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speakers for this public hearing? Okay. At this time, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed and the time is, 8 o'clock. Okay, thank you. All right, we are now at this time, I'd like to open public hearing regarding resolution number 2324-30, approving an increase in statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Ed Code 17620 and Government Code 65995. Time is now 8 o'clock. Ms. Hayes, do you have any speaker cards on this?
There are none.
Okay. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed and the time is 8 o'clock. All right, we are now moving on to discussion, action, and information items. We're going to start with, at this time, I'd like to recognize Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent of Ed and Support Services, to present the item.
Thank you very much, President Castellanos. Staff presents item 13A, 2024-2025 Local Control Accountability Plan and Update. Executive Director Michael Gomez will briefly frame the item for you, and then we are available for any questions. Please remember this is an information item only, and no board action is requested this evening because we will return with the final plan for your consideration of June 12th for you. So, Dr. Gomez.
Good evening, members of the board. It's my privilege to share with you our proposed 24-25 LCAP. You'll notice that we are moving from a 3-goal plan to a 5-goal. Part of that's intentional. Our state has updated the template. So we're closing out our 3-year cycle for this school year. And next year, we'll start a new 3-year cycle for the LCAP. Our LCAP goals stay very similar, but you'll see that we've intentionally embedded our vision of a CUSD graduate. We've talked with different stakeholders, our parent and educational partners. We talked about this is what's driving everything we do in this district, that vision of those students walking across those stages and what that means for our district and the work that we put into everything we do as a district. So it is very intentional that our first 2 goals incorporate those parts. Goal 4, you'll see, is also a required goal for us because we have to address aspects of the California dashboard that we're not, any student group that's not performing at par with everybody else. And so we have to be very intentional about the system of support that we put in place to close those achievement gaps. Goal 5 is unique to Capistrano Union High School. In it, it's our only school in the district that receives LCFF Equity Multiplier Funds. And that's due to increase in instability rate because they have students coming in and out, on top of the fact that there's a high percentage of students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged. So a number of schools across the state became eligible because those 2 numbers are very high. And for us in our district, that's for Capistrano Union High School District. So goal 5 is directed exclusively at the spending of those particular funds that we've worked in partnership with Capistrano Union High School team over there in developing those particular things. So those are kind of how we frame everything around the LCAP this year, what we're proposing for. On top of that, we are going to be making some adjustments to that. We're receiving technical feedback from the Orange County Department of Education. And as you know, we've just received the May revise. So there's probably going to be some adjustments that we make due to those particular assumptions that we have to build into the budget. But we'll bring back that final document for you at your June board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee. I don't know if we have anything, do we? Well, there wasn't 5 goals.
The 5 goals were on there.
Yes.
If you click on the attachment, the exhibit 2, those have the goals on there.
Okay. Are we waiting?
Thank you. I just would like the public to be able to see,
It's coming up.
follow on. Thank you.
Will be available. It will also be available on the website as well as accessible through the board docs.
Okay. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards? Okay, thank you. Trustees, questions, comments? Somebody? Okay, this was informational only items, so we are now moving on. We are going to 13B, 2024-25 proposed budget adoption. At this time, I'd like to recognize Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent of Business and Support Services, to present the item.
Thank you, President Castellanos. So this is a preview of our budget to be adopted in June. I'd like to introduce Philippa Townsend, Assistant Superintendent for Fiscal Services, to present this item. Thank you.
Good evening. This is an initial look at the proposed budget for 2024-25 before it is adopted next month on June 12th. The format of the budget in your agenda looks different than normal because the official state software was not ready at the time the item was prepared, so an alternate format was used. The adopted budget in June will use the normal state software that you're used to. After this PowerPoint was created, the May revise was released. There are no significant changes that would change this budget, but there is a proposal to delay the implementation date of the attendance recovery program to the 2025-26 school year and limit the amount of ADA that could be generated through attendance recovery. Next slide, please. This budget incorporates the final cost of living adjustment, or COLA, of 1.07% in the May revise. This is fully funded. Negotiated salary increases for 2023-24 and 2024-25 for all employees are incorporated into this budget. Enrollment declines are projected to slow down for 2024-25 and level off in future years. However, because the local control funding formula uses the 3 prior year averaging for ADA, and because the COLA is so low, the funding decline for the local control funding formula in 2024-25 is still pretty large. All COVID monies will be spent as of June 30th of this year. Next slide, please. Enrollment has declined by over 13% in the last 5 years, but staffing numbers have increased. Because of this decline in enrollment, increase in staffing, and because of the end of the COVID grant funding, budget reductions will need to be made. Next month, a solvency statement will be included in the adopted budget agenda item stating that the district plans to make $15 million in reductions in 2025-26 to address the impacts of declining enrollment and lower revenue. Those reductions will be identified in December with the first interim budget. Next slide, please. There was one before that. This graph compares the unrestricted fund balance second interim in blue with the unrestricted fund balance at budget adoption in red. As you can see, in the third year of the multi-year projection, without action, we will be below our required 2% reserve. Next slide, please. The passage of AB 218, the Childhood Sexual Assault Bill in 2019, impacted the liability insurance market almost 40 years into the past. Since the law allowed for an open statute of limitations for 3.5 years, which ended on June 30th last year, all districts are receiving retrospective liability premium adjustments to cover the years in which claims have been made against member districts. These one-time payments are necessary because these claims were never anticipated or funded with the original member contributions in those years. Currently, there are claims against member districts for all years from 1985 to 2020. So far, Capistrano's share of this cost is $4 million, with additional annual assessments likely until all the AB 218 claims have been fully resolved. Next slide, please. The final state budget will be signed by the governor at the end of June. Any changes will be incorporated into the revised budget, which will be presented in August. Next slide, please. The final adopted budget will be brought for approval and adoption at the June 12th board meeting. I will be happy to answer any questions that trustees may have.
Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards? Okay, trustees? Any questions, comments? No? Oh,
No, I
Trustee
guess
Bruno?
I have a question. I know today they came out with some guidance or some detail. Can you at least comment on it? Just for my understanding of where that looks or where you expect the numbers to shake out?
So I don't see anything significant that impacts the budget that you currently see in front of you. It may affect future years that we don't have in the budget in the 3 years of the multi-year projection. But at the moment, the only thing that appears significant to me is the delay in the attendance recovery.
Okay, but wasn't there also something about charter school funding? I mean, which wouldn't help us, but
It actually is
helps
a
others.
cash flow issue because it's the ERAF funding currently the ERAF funding is outside of the charter net shift, but they would move it into that net shift. So it would decrease our cash balance, but it doesn't actually impact our budget.
And staff and I will be attending multiple workshops next week to dive really into the details of the May revise to make sure that we have a deep understanding of it.
all right, thank you. This was informational only. So we are now moving on to 13C, CUSD Cares Wellbeing Update. At this time, I'd like to go back to Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent of Ed and Sports Services, to present the item.
Thank you very much, President Castellanos. Staff presents item 13C, CUSD Cares Wellbeing Update. So this is an informational item this evening where we're returning to provide you with updates regarding the 5 key components of CUSD Cares, the successes this past year, and also lessons learned. And then we'll conclude with next steps. So I am joined tonight by some very special guests in the audience who will support some of the components with their own experiences, and then will be available to answer questions as well. So if you would please join me in welcoming Principal of Kenosha Elementary School, Jackie Campbell, Principal of Marco Forster Middle School, Kat Thompson, Teacher and Intramural Coordinator of Marco Forster, Pedro Chavez, 8th grade student at Marco Forster, Nathan Shady, and Executive Director of the Wellness Prevention Center, Susan Parman. So thank you all for joining us this evening. Next slide, please. So just jumping right into it here, in order to support the well-being of our students, you can see the main components of CUSD Cares are on the left-hand side: connections, positive connections, building a sense of community and belonging, and then providing opportunities for celebration. And while CUSD Cares focuses primarily on student well-being, the well-being of our staff and our families are recognized as well. Next slide, please. You may remember this slide from last May. When we first presented the concept of CUSD Cares, we shared this with you. And the importance of this visual is it shows the relationship between CUSD Cares and our system of support. So the graphic there is of our multi-tiered system of support, also known as MTSS. And so the question is, how does CUSD Cares fit into that? So if you think of our system as supporting every single student in the areas as they're listed below at the base: student well-being, teaching and learning, and positive behavior. We figure that our system supports all students in different levels of support. The student well-being portion, the red highlighted area, is CUSD Cares. CUSD Cares gives the actual components and strategies inside of that system so that all students get support at that tier 1 level. Some students get additional support at tier 2 level, and then a few need intensive support at tier 3. So again, CUSD Cares is the student well-being portion of our multi-tier system of support. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, you can see then the 5 key components that we're going to be sharing with you this evening are, again, the well-being support plan within our system of support. And those components we're going to talk about this evening are wellness rooms, middle school intramural sports, mindfulness moments, staff training, and well-being check-ins. Next slide. So we start with our first component, which is the wellness rooms. And over the next several years, through a partnership with the Children's Hospital of Orange County and OCDE, we are providing every middle school and K-8 with a wellness room. Our first wellness room was opened in January 2023 at Miguel Hills Middle School. And it has been renamed as Shark Cove in honor of the mascot, the shark mascot at Miguel Hills. As you can see on the data on this slide, Shark Cove has been open all year and supported approximately 25% of the student population visiting at least once. So we also wanted to understand for students who visited more than once and needed more support, we wanted to really study those students. And so you can see that this table, but for students who visited Shark Cove for 3 or more visits between January and March, you can see that of those students, 25% of them experienced a decrease in office reports. More than 30%, more than a third saw an increase in their attendance. And 41% improved their grades from 4 to 2 to 4 to 3. I point that out, again, the key point, the key focus of the wellness room is not to improve their GPA and their discipline, but really to support mental health, which really the driving data for that is attendance, to understand, are they coming to school more? Do they feel supported at school? And so we're really focused on the attendance data, but we wanted to include the discipline and the academic data because that's, of course, what's on our dashboard. So we thought that would be important to be including that data as well. Next slide, please. Moving on to our second component, and that is our middle school intramural sports program. So this was our first year where we launched the CUSD Cares intramural sports. And the goal here, again, is providing more students with connections to school and to each other, and to build a sense of belonging and community at their school site. And then, of course, provide opportunities to celebrate. So we had some impressive numbers of students participating this year. They are not on the slide, but I would like to share with you just some general numbers. In the fall, we started with basketball. We had about 1,000 students participate. In the winter, we had soccer. 1,500 students participated. Currently, this spring, we have volleyball, 1,600 students participating. So each time we've had more students participating. And in fact, with the volleyball currently going on and the playoffs are coming up soon in the next 2 weeks between schools. At some schools, there's a significant number of students participating. For example, Las Flores middle school component of Las Flores, 50% of their students are participating in volleyball. 50%. So I also want to mention too, that there was a fourth sport this year that was not one of the formal 3 that we offered, and it was flag football. So there was a huge interest expressed by the school sites. So we didn't organize a district-wide playoffs or competition, but we supported the schools doing the flag football, and we had 1,200 students participate in that. So these are very exciting numbers because we have as many kids as possible to start to be connected to school is the goal. So then looking at the data that you have on this slide, I do want to point out the data that I'm going to briefly explain was revised from the original slide that we presented to the public. So we reran the numbers and confirmed that they are correct. So the numbers and the percentages I'm sharing with you are accurate. And as it states, this data came from 1,130 students who participated in the basketball and soccer intramurals. And it was there that we then took those students and then looked at their data from 2022 to 2023 to the current school year to compare to get these numbers. So what you see here from the student survey, again, over 1,000, discipline decreased. Number of referrals decreased. The number of suspensions decreased. There was a decrease in total number of days of suspension. And there was a modest, slight increase in attendance. So we're pleased with these numbers, but really we don't want to bore you with numbers. We'd rather hear from the people that actually experienced the intramurals. So I'm very excited to bring up some of our outstanding road runners to the podium. And so we have, of course, Principal Thompson, Mr. Chavez, and Nathan, who are here to share their thoughts about the intramural. So please welcome them to the room.
Thank you, Dr. Merwin. We were very grateful and excited to participate in the intramural program this year, and grateful for the initiative, the CUSD Cares initiative. And so I just kind of want to speak to a couple of the components and our experience at Marco. And so the first component being connection. And so one story that I have in relation to that connection is students feeling connected back to the school site. And ultimately, when students feel more connected, they want to be there more. And so these numbers with attendance, we had students that had things come up outside in their lives. They had events going on with their family, and they convinced their parents, I have to be at school this day. We have the next game in our competition. And so there's definitely that sense of wanting to be present and there for their team, which brings us to that second point with community. The sense of community that we all got to experience. We had an intramural program on campus, but previously, but it has definitely increased massively as students learned more and more about the opportunities to get to go and represent the school site outside of our school. And not only within the chance to come together and play as a team, there were opportunities to learn lessons about sportsmanship and how to interact and how to win with class and how to lose with class and engage in some really important conversations as we know that middle school is a time where they're starting to practice and exercise their social muscles as well as their physical muscles. And so then the last component, which you might think in this case is competition, but it's actually celebration. And we had many opportunities to celebrate our students. And I think one memory for me that stands out the most was not winning any of the games, you know, the wins and the losses come and go, but really getting the chance to see our students thrive in a different setting. And many of the students at Marco had not had the opportunity to engage in competitive sports in a more structured format. And so we were really excited to see that students were challenging themselves and engaging in sports that they had never played. And now many of them have expressed an interest to go on and pursue athletics as they transition into high school. And we know how important it is for our students at every school to have an idea as to what they want to do so that they maintain that connection to school as they move on to the next leg of the journey. So we have been very grateful, very appreciative of the opportunities for growth and development. But I think it'd be better for you to hear from those who actually were, you know, really out there organizing and playing in the game. And I must note, Nathan Shady does have a broken arm, and that was not related to the middle school intramural program. Yes. So I'd like to introduce you our amazing intramural coordinator and somebody who is deeply involved in the program and has massively increased our student involvement this year. And so I'd like to introduce you, Mr. Chavez.
All right, good evening. I'm Pedro Chavez. And being honest, the thought of speaking in front of all of you kept me up all night. I prefer being the behind the scenes guy, but this is truly an honor and pleasure to be here today. As one of the PE teachers, students from LA coaches, and sports coordinator at Marco, I had the opportunity to witness the impact intramural sports had on our students. First and foremost, I want to thank Ms. Kat Thompson for the opportunity to serve as a sports coordinator. You trusted me with this role from the beginning. I will forever be grateful. It allowed me to make connections with hundreds of students. This has been my favorite year teaching of my teaching career, and I owe it all to you. However, this is not about me. This is about our students. Greg, thank you for your outstanding work in organizing the district tournaments. The excitement and joy our students experienced during these events were truly remarkable. This year's intramural sports has been nothing short of amazing. It has provided our students with a chance to make new friends, compete, and a sense of belonging. For many of our students, this was their first time being part of a team. And whether that was scoring a goal, making a basket, playing a flag, or cheering a teammate. Sorry. They discovered the power of teamwork and unity. It has also taught our students valuable life skills. They learn the importance of discipline, perseverance, and resilience. They experienced both wins and losses, but as we all know, there's no such thing as losing in sports, as every loss can be a learning experience or a learning lesson. So in the end, we're all winning. It has given some struggling students a reason to engage during lunch. It's encouraging to see how I motivated them to make better choices. It has allowed our students to build connections with peers outside the classroom, which is something we strive for at Marco. The relationships and connections formed through this program has been invaluable in creating a sense of belonging and community among our students. But perhaps most importantly, intramural sports has brought joy and excitement into the lives of our students. I invite you this Tuesday, May 21st, to our district volleyball tournament at Marco, so you can see this joy and excitement firsthand. I also couldn't be prouder of our students for consistently demonstrating our core values throughout each sport. The sportsmanship and respect exceeded all expectations. With that being said, I want to thank the CUSD Cares program for their unwavering support and allowing our students to create memories that will stay with them for the rest of their lives. I'm excited to see how this program will continue to grow and flourish in the years to come. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce one of my current students, rising soccer star, a student that experienced both the winning side and losing side of intramural sports, Nathan Shady.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Shady, and I'm just going to give you a couple reasons why I like playing in the intramural sports during lunch. Intramural gives us students the opportunity to have friendly connections amongst our friends or amongst my friends. It breaks up the day and allows us to get our energy out to be more focused during class time. Intramurals also allows everyone to be included, whether they are experienced or not. I like intramurals because I like to represent my school at district tournaments. And finally, my favorite experience of intramurals is when the students finally beat the teachers in flag football this year. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much to our Roadrunners for coming and sharing their stories. Thank you. Next slide, please. Oh, wait, there's more. We're just getting warmed up here. This is our third component, and that's mindfulness moments. So this is a strategy that we introduced to provide students with a brief activity to help them calm themselves and self-regulate through breathing and visualization. So this was a pilot year, and you can see the schools that piloted. There were select teachers at each school. It wasn't a school-wide pilot. It was just teachers that were interested in being involved. We also piloted this at all of our elementary PE programs. So every single school had their PE teachers using the mindfulness moments. So as it states there on the slide, there were definitely examples that teachers shared in the testimonials of how the activities calmed students and supported them. But the majority of pilot teachers did not see this moving forward as a district-wide pilot or scaling out across the district. And really it was because of a concern of inconsistent buy-in just because it depends on the teaching style of the educator to connect with this strategy. So while many found value to it and the PE teachers found value to it in the PE program, it wasn't something that was universally supported by our pilot teachers. And I do want to point out too, that this is exactly why we pilot, because we want to, the idea looks great on paper and it's supported by research, and yet we want to get, try it in our classrooms, in our schools, and then we learn from our teachers to see what works district-wide and what doesn't. Next slide, please. So the fourth component is staff training. And you'll recall that CUSD Cares has a focus on middle school, but of course supports all levels. So with that middle school focus, we are very excited to announce that certificated and classified employees on every middle school campus were trained over the past 2 years by the Wellness and Prevention Center. This is, as it says on the slide, 750 middle school teachers and classified staff trained over a 2-year period. What's not listed on this slide are our counselors also received training. Every single counselor was trained by Wellness and Prevention Center in this concept of this mental health toolkit, which is really about how to identify and then support students who are in need. So there are a couple of statements here about the feedback that was received from the training, and it was overwhelmingly positive. Next slide, please. And then our final component this evening is the weekly student well-being check-in. So the schools on this slide have piloted a program called Sown to Grow. And this allowed students to complete a brief 1-minute check-in online every week, where teachers, counselors, and principals could then be able to monitor their responses, be able to connect with them, and then also get help for them if there were any concerns in their check-ins. You'll see on this slide, again, the data of the number of students who participated in the pilot. You can see the schools that were part of the pilot, the number of student well-being check-ins over the course of the year, and then the number of teachers who gave feedback back to the student within the program. So student reflected with a well-being check-in, teacher responded through the program. So of course, there were many more teacher interactions. They just weren't through the program. They probably walked over to the kids and said, hey, can we... Next slide, please. So the well-being check-in program was very well received, and the majority of teachers, as you can see, over 70% supported future use. We did include several statements here, some teacher testimonials, counselor testimonials, and administrator testimonials about what they liked about this concept of student well-being check-in. But enough of that. Let's hear directly from one of our experts. And so Kenosha Principal Jackie Campbell is here this evening to provide a few additional insights into how the well-being check-ins were utilized at her school. Ms. Campbell, would you please join us? Thank you so much.
I'm glad a student was here before me because I am little. Microphone's at the right level. Superintendent, Board of Trustees, so nice to see you this evening. And I'm really happy to share with you that Sown to Grow was really a change agent at our school. We knew we needed something to know how our students were feeling on a regular basis. So last year, when I met with Brad Scherer, he's my go-to, I said, we really need something. And he said, guess what? Sown to Grow. I said, what is Sown to Grow? So I talked to my staff, we dove in, and it has been a real eye-opening experience for everybody. The teachers see the weekly check-ins. Our counselor sees them, and I see them. So the students know this. We told them in our first PBIS training that when they put their information in, it was confidential, but it was going to be seen by teachers, the counselor, and myself. Immediately, we started to see more connection with students with their teachers. Teachers were meeting with the students if they saw something. If there was a deeper concern, they would go to our counselor, or the counselor would already be calling the students up. The counselor would be coming to me and saying, we need to meet with this student. Can you work with me to talk to the student. This was a way for us to not have those gaps because we were so concerned the year prior. Students did not feel comfortable talking about their feelings. It would take a month or 2 months to find out that something was going on with a student, and it was manifesting itself in behaviors, sadness. Now we know so much more. We know so much more. And the immediate ability for us to work with our students has really allowed for our students to know, number one, their feelings count. We want to know. We are there to support them, and they feel so much more connected. So that connected piece definitely has been present. And also, we can learn more quickly, we can intervene more quickly, and we can prevent the progression of some of the students who are truly sad. They really do need more help. So we have connected more and more students to therapy, outside therapy, and really leveraged a lot of the resources we have within CUSD to be able to serve our students. So it has definitely met our needs. And we are looking forward to the continuation of the pilot, if that's something that we're going to do. But we definitely see the value.
Thank you very much. Principal Jackie Campbell, thank you. Next slide, please. So I mentioned previously about the data and how do we measure certain components of CUSD cares, which again is the well-being portion of our system support. So the data that I am presenting with you here is more global data to say how effective is CUSD cares in general. I share with you the data from the California Healthy Kids Survey. And there are specific questions on CHICS asked of students in grades 5, 7, and 9 around the concepts of connectedness and caring relationships. And those are additional data to help us understand the effectiveness of CUSD cares. So as you look at the data, though, I do want to preface with the fact that the components of CUSD cares were started this fall, and the CHICS survey was given in February. So we had only a few months of implementation. So I really, we see this as our baseline here. This is the baseline to say, where are we starting? What's our starting point with CUSD cares and with student well-being? And that being said, then the results really underscore the need for support for well-being for our students. So as you note there, some of these trends, the 3 years that you're seeing before you, we're seeing slight declines and only minimal improvements in grades 5 and 9. And then there's a significant decrease in the school connectedness for grade 7. So we recognize this is again, underscores the importance of having a concerted effort towards student well-being and then making this our starting point. And then we would return with data to show the effectiveness when we come back next year with our data. Next slide, please. So we conclude with our next steps for year 2. And starting first and foremost, again, based on the data and the experiences from this year, we present our work as staff. First, for the wellness rooms, very excited to announce, and it's amazing, Marco Forster has all sorts of connections to tonight's board meeting. But Marco Forster opened their wellness room earlier this month, and they named it Rocky's Calm Room in honor of Rocky the Rodent, their mascot. So they are up and running. Short Cliffs is going to be open this summer. And then we are scheduled to, again, work with Chalk and OCDE to open 3 new middle school wellness rooms next year during the course of 24-25. For our intramural sports, we are officially adding flag football, so there will be 4 sports offered next year. We also want to explore community partnerships. So work with the community organizations, bring them in so that they can be a part of these experiences and to support them as well. We want to further implement 5-star programs so that we can monitor which students are participating. We did that sporadically across the district this year. We want to do a concerted effort next year so that we can go to the students that are not participating, because we'll know who's not connecting with the intramurals, reach out to them and try to connect them to the experiences. And then, of course, those that don't want sports, continue to build up opportunities for those students as well. And it's not mentioned on the slide, but we are exploring ways to provide more structured recess for our elementary schools. We have heard from the community, what about elementary? This is great for middle, but what are you doing for elementary schools? So we're looking at different ways to provide more structured recess opportunities for them. We'll share more next year, but that would then allow more students to be connected at the elementary level. And then finally, for the student well-being check-ins, yes, we are wanting to continue the pilot next year. And then we also want to compare it with other vendors. So we want to see, we have seen what some of the Grow has to offer. We want to understand what else is out there that integrates with our current platforms and also costs so that we can sustain the program long-term. Next slide. And then our final next steps for 24-25. We do want to continue the training with the Wellness Prevention Center for any new middle school staff that join us. We want to bring on our high school campus supervisors and have all of them trained in the mental health toolkit. We're customizing a training for all of our administrators so they have the basics. And then we want to make sure that this is an optional training for any staff member that wants it during our professional learning academy. For mindfulness moments, again, that was a little more mixed as far as the response from our pilot. But we do recognize some teachers were very interested in developing mindfulness moments. We would continue to offer that as an optional training for teachers in the summer. And then we want to explore a parent workshop. So provide a parent workshop in mindfulness in the fall, and then see what kind of feedback and interest we get with that before we would consider expanding on that concept. And then finally, we recognize we want a strong data system. As you know, with Dr. Brown's leadership, we want to make sure that our investment is having a return. So we want to continue to develop a really strong system of data where we can measure climates, we can measure school climate, feelings of well-being, and feelings of safety for our students, staff, and parents. So we would build that out and bring that next year as well. Next slide, please. And that does conclude the presentation this evening. So our esteemed guests, I know are still in the audience, and I are happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes, we have you speak. Okay, trustees, questions? Trustee Parham?
Yeah, I have a question on the addictions that you maybe address. I want to make sure that we're considering kind of a sneaky one, which is the kind of online social, Facebook type addictions that are out there. So is that something that is also contemplated?
Actually, this might be a good time to ask Susan Parmalee to come up and explain a little bit more about what that training is and how it connects to the addictions and what they're looking for in students. So thank you for being here, Susan.
Hello, trustees. Thank you for letting me be here tonight. So in terms of social media addiction, that's not really in that training. This training is the Youth Mental Health First Aid training, which is done worldwide. Certainly our trainers are there and they can answer questions. We've been approaching those kind of issues with social media more with parent ed nights, with the news articles we send out through our website, and one-on-one with some families. So that's really not something that's part of that one. And we have to, this one, because of the certification, we have to really stick to the program.
Yeah, I understand that. And I mentioned it's kind of a sneaky one because it leads to other things like body dysmorphia and a lot of external factors that can, affect a kid at an impressionable age. So I would, support digging into that a little bit.
Yeah, so the gentleman who brought up Together for Teens, that was actually our event. And that speaker did address that straight on. And a bunch of the kids and the adults went to some workshops that talked about some of the fallout that can happen from that. So I agree, maybe it shouldn't be one-offs here and there. And there's so much that we could teach and present about. We'd like parents to show up when we want to teach about it. So we're always looking for other ways to partner on those kind of activities.
Trustee Parham would be happy to build that component because that's an absolute need district-wide.
And then only one other comment, which is you mentioned elementary school activities that are not necessarily as structured. And I would just say girls kickball is hardcore. And it's really awesome because you see third graders, fourth graders, fifth graders really getting along on the playground. And as the fifth graders are moving up to sixth grade, then the fourth graders become the leader of the school. And I get to see it firsthand at the school that my daughters go to. And you get kids that would never otherwise hang out. All of a sudden they're connected because of kickball. So anyway, I really love what you're doing. Thank you.
Trustee Hannigan?
Thank you. So there's.
Hold on, Trustee Hannigan, do you want
Sorry.
to stay here or you?
I think you could. I know where to find you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Susan.
She's my mentor. So there's an NYU professor running around who's written the book, The Anxious Generation, right? So I feel like he needs to we need to get in touch with him. So there's all these components, one of them being, of course, students born after 95 and the cell phone addiction. So that's coming back around to your addiction there. So what he also talked about that children currently don't have any sense of play. So what we're doing is creating that sense of play. We had to organize it, but I'm hearing the benefits. Our children that don't probably know how to play. So that is something that, they never have gotten a chance to do. So I really appreciate that. And on playing, we do have to be mindful of those children who don't want to have a kickball in the face. Okay, so I do not want that. Traumatized all through elementary. But I know I was over at the Noble Path Foundation, another new partnership that I'm very grateful for this district who is reaching out to the work that they are doing in conjunction with the Wellness Prevention Center. When you go to their clubhouse, if you will, they always have butcher paper, simple, just put over the tables. So even I walk in and I start doodling. So, and everybody's doodling, and then we were doodling over each other's things. So something as simple as that, because I know there's a cost to all of these things, and we want to have, free art time or things like that. So all doable. Couple things too. I'm a little concerned. So the teacher feedback about the well-being check-in, and I think that was to help with behaviors in the classroom, correct? So I'm confused because anecdotally I hear a lot, right? That, oh my goodness, you give us no tools to help corral or help the kids with their behaviors. So I'm hoping we don't just totally give up on that. I think you mentioned you were going to still look at that because in one hand, I'm like, excuse me, you're telling me that children are out of control, that even your AP kids are shirking and not understanding the diligence. So I'm hoping that we can kind of maybe they don't understand what's happening because I'm really tired of hearing you give us no tools, we're hamstrung, we have no ability to correct young people and so on and so forth. So I'm sure if you give the child the autonomy to self-correct versus somebody, doing that. So I was just kind of thinking on that one. And then I think already I was just double checking with the training. So when we do rotate through, you're going to do another round for folks. Do you have sustainable modules or tutorials that, we do kind of cycle through some of our folks that might miss this training? Will there be an online tutorial or something that you could go to if you're new and I missed your training?
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think that there's a purpose for it's always in person.
Okay, got it.
Because of the
I understand.
the nature of the training, but
Okay.
then we do offer it several times. We're working with them to make sure we have multiple opportunities to try to catch those employees.
Okay, excellent. And then thank you for your presentation on Sown to Grow. I feel like I want my kids to do elementary again. They might be better balanced now as adults. Yeah, so we're going to continue to extend the pilot with the hope of adopting. Again, I'm sure there's a cost component. But at this stage, will you be adding next year some more elementary schools?
So we will continue to pilot Sown to Grow where it exists.
Okay.
Sown to Grow is very expensive.
Okay.
But we are also looking at a current platform for actually another purpose that has this module in it. And so we will also pilot that next year as well to see how they compare. Because if it does the same thing or very similar thing, it's far more sustainable for our system in a time of as you saw, earlier, fiscal austerity.
Sure.
So we're gonna look at both of them next year. So there will be more schools that get to experience it, but it won't necessarily be just Sown to Grow. It's because we want to see how they work side by side, because one's far more expensive than the other.
Excellent. Okay, so on that austerity measure, and you bring up partnership. So this would take manpower. So I kind of think all the time about an opportunity for a more global CUSD foundation type of thing. So as you get your data, as you look at your programs and how successful this is, every company has a component in their giving, right? That hits on this, right? We have our partnerships with GRIP, for example, it's Taco Bell and Ford. So as you hone this and we get the data to support it, I'm kind of seeing where this could be the thing everybody loves to love. So what that might look like, because we cannot fund all this ourselves, but the opportunity for creating that global citizen, that workforce, that ability of that student success coming into then from our programs like this, I just feel like there's something there. We would need, of course, the data and to keep going so that they can understand the investment with it. But just as I sit here thinking, that's what we might be missing, that one key thing that they can all jump in. I keep thinking of workforce, but I think ultimately this is the building blocks to the type of citizen that we need to produce and struggle to with some of the children being very disenfranchised. So just circling back, I am concerned about, I know that there are students very checked out, very defiant. We need to still look at that. I think I'm thinking more of that high school level. So, you know, as we look at this more, because I feel that teachers want a tool or tools, but well, how can we're trying, right, to give them things. So that's it for now. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Trustee Jones, did you want to speak?
Yes. Sorry. So I had a question. This may not be such a good question about the teachers not being too interested in the mindfulness moments. So I did see this in action and it looked quite interesting to me, but I do certainly understand that it's just kind of not some teacher's thing. On the other hand, maybe, you know, this is a teacher who teaches yoga after school or whatever, and maybe they are more into it. And I'm just wondering if there could be some, you know, non-subscription tools that we might be able to provide to certain teachers who want to do this in their classroom, because, you know, almost like, you know, you buy a CD and you've got the music on it. Maybe there would be my recollection, and I didn't take mental notes of this, but it was, you know, images and bubbles getting bigger and coming around, things like that, could be something that you could just, I would assume, buy. Anyway, I'm just mentioning that maybe teachers who wanted to do it could be provided with the tools. There wouldn't be a seat-based thing, a subscription, which is, I think, what we now have with the mindfulness moments. My vague recollection is that we bought seats. Whereas if you bought, you know, a CD of these things, then you can just play it in your classroom. Then I wanted to ask about Sown to Grow. And first of all, there was 132 pilot teacher survey responses. And my sense is that a lot more than 132 teachers had to be involved in it, just looking at the schools here. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but that kind of makes me wonder. I do like the idea of these well-being check-ins, and I appreciate what Principal Campbell said, that it worked well for them. But those of us who know Kenosha know that it is a school where the teachers are very much a team. They're working together, they talk, they are extraordinarily committed to their students. And, you know, because I've been to schools where I don't see that commitment. So I'm just wondering how much of that is going to transfer to schools that don't really have kind of the whole PLC thing going so much. I also wonder whether it's as effective in high schools and even larger middle schools. It's one thing to have an elementary school of, say, 500 students and kind of be watching all this. It's another thing to have a middle school of maybe 1,000 or a high school of, I don't even know how many thousand. And though it's just a few classes, still, it just seems like it would become a large number that you could really keep track of. I can see it in, you know, Kenosha is not a small, but not a big elementary school. So I can see how it's used as a tool there. Do you have any thoughts about that, Dr. Mullen?
Share a little bit.
Okay, all right. Let's hear from Mrs. Campbell. Well, I don't know.
As collaborative as my staff is, we really do operate as a professional learning community. I had to work with the staff for them to understand the value of this and really work together to what we call go slow to go fast, because it is one more thing, right?
Yes.
So it's like, how do we integrate this? How do we support you? How do we make it something that you can embed into what you do? And the reality is, when we're looking at the number of children that come up as really kind of that red flag on a weekly basis, it's 3. And now that the students know that we're checking in, they're actually also regulating their own emotions a little better, because they know if there's something small, the teacher's going to lean in and go, hey, I noticed that you look like you're not that good. Can you talk to me about that? So it actually brought them closer together. So it could very well be, depending on how we roll it out,
Right.
it could be integrated.
But it's also elementary students who
Yes.
are a little more easily convinced than middle school and high school students. And I can just see them going, yeah, right.
Trustee Jill.
Could be.
I would offer though, Miguel Hills Middle School did pilot it
Right.
school-wide,
Mhm.
and there was a positive, it was received positively.
Okay.
Miguel Hills did the mindfulness moments, the well-being check-in, and the wellness room.
Mhm.
Did the trifecta, and it was well received. But to your point, we need to learn from Principal Campbell, Principal Jones, like, how do you support your staff, your counseling team? How do you manage it as an admin team? We did not receive reports that was an outrageous number of red flags where students were crying out for help in the check-ins, and it became overwhelming. We didn't hear that anywhere. That was
Okay.
not feedback.
So, and
All right.
one of the other piece, one of the reasons we pilot is for impact and effectiveness. The other reason we pilot is, and you've all heard me say this, right? Like, there is nothing that we can really mandate from this dais that will instantly be perfectly implemented across all of our classrooms right away. We're huge. We're the 9th largest district in the state of California. We have nearly 3,000 teachers, right? So anything we do like this, we have to do it in an iterative implementation cycle. So piloting allows us to roll it out slowly, but the other thing it allows us to do is to get feedback from the teachers about how we can implement it to make it not seem like one more thing, right? So there's a lot of examples where, and I'm sure Principal Campbell can tell you, it didn't have one meeting and then boom, it was in our classrooms, right? It took time, it took discussion. And so one of the things I always say is, even if it's a great program, it's going to take us a while to get it innovated into our system, because we're a big system and everybody's going to approach it differently. And so that's the other reason for piloting it. And it's fine not to have the same system at all levels. So I would never say that just because something worked at elementary, we're going to mandate that it goes all the way through K-12 and suddenly at the high schools, they're going to be doing this thing, because high school students who are 17, 18 years old are very different than 6 and 7-year-old students. And so it did work at the middle school, but that doesn't mean we'll roll it out. So that's one of the reasons we continue to pilot and look at it going forward, is to make sure that we don't try and put a round peg into a square hole, so to speak, and that we don't force it onto kids and teachers that it's just not going to work for them. We find another toolkit for them. We find some other way for them to address that need.
So potentially we could roll this out, any number of these things. At this school here might say, we're going to go with this, we think it's great. And another school, you would maybe have only 10% of teachers who were interested, and it would just not work out and do it.
Right. And so if the data was really compelling, we would continue to work to get them all in. But if the data was kind of like the mindfulness moments, we believe in it. We're going to keep it as an option. We're not pulling it back, but we're not going to continue to push to get it into every classroom because the feedback was mixed, right? And so we're going to leave it there as a toolkit. So those teachers who want it, who can weave it into their system, we have it for them. For those who it's not going to work for, there was not any compelling data that means that we're going to really train you until you get this, right? So that's another reason we would do that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Trustee Bolkus?
Dr. Murren, I was just going to add, Christy Curtis, who helped you in the beginning on this. And during COVID, she is, or was the yoga teacher at Capo Valley High School. And she developed this program and she had teachers that really loved it. And then Principal John Sustin found a little extra monies and said, you can build this program. It's a little touchy-feely and it's not for everybody, but the bulk of the teachers at Capo Valley High School were really participating in part of this. So in that, when you help teachers, they're learning in terms of just having the calm in their room and how to overcome certain situations and all. And in turn, I think they will then learn how they could use that with their students. And again, I just want to say, I would really like to see that we've got some system where we utilize what we have in our data. Manoj has his doctorate in transformational learning and change school of consciousness. So did Dr. Diane Horton. We have people on staff who have great knowledge in this, and those people that we know are very successful in classroom management in what they do. And so I would like to say, I'd like to keep it going for teachers, and then, it may springboard more people catch on for how it helps them with students, and, work it into classroom management training that's being done. I have a simple question. We've had grand openings for our health centers at the middle schools, and with Short Cliffs opening in June when it's summer. So in the fall, will we be having a typical ribbon cutting like
Yes.
we've done? Okay.
We will have a grand opening as we're opening school.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to point out too, I appreciate that Trustee Bolkus, and actually I think at all levels, then it kind of trickles down this concept of being calm and mindful, and the big joke in our team is like, I have brought this to our leadership team meetings and started with mindfulness. It works for some and it doesn't work for others, like Dave Stewart, where he is right now. But so because then the impact does trickle down, and as we support our teachers, as principals support their teachers, and as at leadership, we learn more about it, we can then continue to build on it. But your point is well taken. As teachers learn it, then it might then trickle down into the classrooms.
Trustee Davis?
So I love the work that we're doing in this area, right? And I super appreciate the sports in middle school. As we know, that's been an area that we've been discussing for the last 4 years. And I appreciate the strengthening in those areas. And as far as the Sown to Grow and looking at another option, are we looking at Kenosha to pilot, being that it was so successful there? Are we looking to have Kenosha to pilot a different program so that we can compare and make sure that that's something that's moving forward on that?
We haven't made those decisions yet or looked at the logistics
I
on
would
that.
certainly
So
like to
that would be
consider
something
that.
that I would defer to Principal Campbell once we had the other platform in our hands and we could show it to her. Then that'd be something that she could think about how that would impact her staff.
Might be nice to be able to compare the two, being that it was successful to be done there. And then I also want to echo the idea to remind us to utilize the strength that we have within CUSD to with our experts. We have many experts within our district in certain areas that we need to really glean from. I was sharing with the superintendent the other day on someone that everyone is asking to hear more from. And so I'd like us to continue to look at our own experts
and utilize who we have.
Thank you. I just have a couple comments. Can we go back to the graph? Data connective and caring really, yes, that one. Looking at school connectiveness and just looking, we can look at the current year, 23, 24, feeling like how that data speaks to me. You're an elementary school kid and you're in a small town, right? Everybody knows your name. And then you move to a little bit bigger city and you don't know so many people and you start to feel a little lost. And then you move to the big city and you're completely lost. And not many people know your name and you can't find your group. And I know in my own family, I could put a name here that this happened. Identically into my own child, how I could see her in elementary and all happy and skipping to school, and then middle school got a little bit different, and then now completely disconnected in high school. So I know it happens all around the district, and I see things in lots of schools that we do amazing things, and I wish we could do amazing things everywhere. And kind of a couple of things that have stuck out to me over the years is changing sometimes I feel like schools are slow to change and kids are changing faster. So old school libraries. Well, kids don't want to go into a library and check out books anymore, right? They want to go into centers where they can play and engage. And what Trustee Hanachek just said that, well, I didn't want to play kickball, but maybe there's a spot on campus where, there's board games and interaction happening, but that library has changed to a different area that engages students. And some schools are there and some schools aren't there, right? And then elementary. I think when you walk onto a campus and you walk out to recess, I've seen custodians out playing basketball with kids. I mean, that's the power of that kid wanting to come to school that day because he knows he gets to shoot hoops with Mr. John or whatever. Or the school supervisors, the recess monitors are out there playing games and engaging, not just standing and watching and observing. So I think changing just the role that the adults that are on that campus, it's not really costing us any different in money, but the value, what we put on that campus and the adults that are in those kids' lives matter every moment that they're there. I'm super excited about intramurals. I've been talking about it for a long time. It's so excited it's finally launched, and super excited to hear how year 2 goes, because I think the more we engage more kids, it'll be even more beneficial. So fabulous. I love that. Parent ed nights. I want to just say what Susan Parmalee had echo what she had commented on, and it is about how do you engage parents, especially at night. We're all busy, we're all working, and then getting them to come back to our schools and having those conversations, like that's really the hard piece. And I go to a lot of events and hear a lot of information, so I feel like I'm like, oh, I'm sure I know what's going, and then I go and I learn something new, right? So there's, the Aliso schools just hosted Dr. Weichman from the Weichman Clinic. I found that to be phenomenal. Information directly speaking to parents and giving them a lot of tools that night. So that was a phenomenal night. Again, maybe 100 parents in the room for, 7 schools. So that's where it's like, how do we connect parents to get them the information? I think that's it, but great presentation. I appreciate it. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to 13D. University of California subject area requirement eligibility A through G. And again, we are now going to Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent Ed and Support Services, to present this item.
So I do want to frame this just a little bit. This will be part 1 of eventually 2 parts of an A through G. A through G data comes in late because kids have to graduate and transcripts will be checked. So we talk about baseline A through G data. later in the fall of next year, so we can kind of establish where we are right now. We wanted to make sure we had done some work on prefacing what is A through G and sort of demystifying it, because people say A through G, but we find that our students don't even necessarily know what A through G is. So this is sort of the primer part of it with some data, so that when we get into the meat and potatoes data, so to speak, in the fall, it makes a little more sense because there's been some backup, some sort of preface. So that I just wanted to frame that before we jumped in, and then take it away.
Perfect opening. Thank you so much, Superintendent Brown. President Castellanos, staff presents item 13D, University of California subject area requirements. So Assistant Superintendent Carrie Johnson, Executive Director Meg Urbis, and Coordinator Eric Gardner, and our outstanding futurology counselors are here this evening. They're going to support this item and do a brief presentation, providing you an in-depth look at A through G and how we support our students with this requirement eligibility. So Dr. Johnson will kick it off.
All right, thank you, Dr. Merwin. Yes, we have an excellent team here, excited to present about college readiness in CUSD. In California, the standard for college readiness is set by the two public university systems, the University of California and the California State Universities, and it is defined by the UC subject area or A through G requirements. Next slide, please. And as you'll see throughout the presentation, that A through G really aligns well with the vision of a CUSD graduate, making sure that we're developing graduates that are innovative problem solvers and critical thinkers, inspired leaders, skilled communicators, engaged citizens, and continuous learners. With that, I'll turn over to Dr. Urbis.
Thank you. So tonight, our amazing team, if you wouldn't mind forwarding the slide, from Futurology will be sharing the A through G requirements, why A through G completion truly matters for all students, our data on the class of 2023, and our work to increase A through G completion rates for future graduation cohorts.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Heidi Davila, and I am one of the futurology counselors. I am at Capo Valley High School. And what are the A through G requirements? Well, the A through G requirements are minimum eligibility requirements that students must take in order to meet the admission requirements for Cal States and UCs. They are a series of 15-year-long courses that must be completed with a C or higher in order to meet that minimum eligibility to apply to a Cal State or UC. And students are encouraged to complete at least 11 of those courses prior to the last year of high school. And A through G courses are college prep courses that will help students prepare for any post-secondary option, not just for your college admission, but community college, trade school, military, and for any student who wants to go directly into the workforce as well. And here you are seeing a side-by-side of our Capo Unified School District graduation requirements along with our A through G requirements. Again, this is for UC and Cal State admission. And I do want to point out that for graduation, students can meet a graduation requirement and earn 5 credits if they earn a D or higher. However, for our A through G requirements, students must pass with a C or higher, and the higher the grade, the better. Students are encouraged to take 4 years of math, although the 3-year, there is a 3-year math requirement for UC and Cal State admission. However, they're highly recommended to take that 4th year and not going an entire year without taking a math. And these are the minimum requirements to apply to a UC and Cal State. However, depending on the major, depending on what Cal State, what UC they're applying, we really want them to exceed these minimum requirements. So going beyond the 2-year science requirement, going beyond that 2-year language requirement is strongly encouraged in order for the student to be as competitive as possible. And we do offer our CCA and our CTE courses that are all 100% A through G approved, many of which are also honors courses. They do get the additional weighted GPA point when students take those. And so why does this matter? Well, A through G courses are not just for Cal State UC admission. Our private out-of-state schools also like that students are taking those college prep courses that they are exceeding the minimum A through G requirements. They are also, when students take college prep courses, when they are taking those honors and AP classes while they're in high school, that does show rigor and that students are willing to challenge themselves. And rigor and grades are the top two factors that are considered in the admissions review process. A through G, taking A through G courses shows that students are prepared, again, for any option beyond high school, regardless of where they choose to go. And so they are encouraged to take them and go beyond them. Students are more likely to complete their college and math courses at the community college level if they have taken those college prep courses while in high school. So again, taking those A through Gs will open up options for students after high school, and that is what we always encourage our students to do. Go above the minimum so that you have all those doors open and available to you at the moment that you become a senior. And why does this matter? Well, the A through G was mentioned 35 times in our LCAP, so that goes to show that our community does see the value in A through G. They contribute positively to our student outcomes. And this is not just for college, for four-year college. It is to provide access and equity to all students, to provide that foundation, that strong foundation for all students, regardless of where they choose to go to. It encourages us to set those high expectations for all students so that when they get to that senior year, they are able to apply to four-year colleges, or if they decide they change their mind, and we all know our teenagers change their minds quite a bit. So by the time they get to their senior year, if they have stuck to that pathway, they have that option to go to a four-year or pursue that trade if that's what they want to do. And a student who is socioeconomically challenged, who has completed those A through G requirements, may also be able to apply to their local Cal State, receive a yes admission, and also qualify for the Pell and the Cal Grant and get their tuition completely paid for. And so there we go, providing access to a student that wouldn't have otherwise had access to a four-year college degree.
Good evening. My name is Erica Gardner. I'm the coordinator of college and career guidance, and we get to go into my favorite part, the data. So I want to quickly cover what the combined 4- and 5-year cohort A through G rate is. This is the students who graduated within 4 or 5 years and with a traditional high school diploma. So as you can see, our district A through G rates for the past 3 years have been above the state average, hovering kind of back and forth the 61 to 60%. Next slide. Perfect. And then when we look at our A through G rates by student groups, we see that our student groups, some of them are earning A through G at a lower rate, with our English learners, students with disabilities, and homeless youth earning A through G at 29% or lower. Next slide, please. Here is the data when we break our A through G rates down by ethnicity and race. CUSD in the lighter blue color outperforming the state averages. However, our African American and Hispanic Latino students are earning A through G again at a lower rate. Now, Myra is going to go over and discuss on ways we're working to improve.
Good evening. My name is Myra Luna. I'm the Futurology College Counselor at San Juan Hills High School. We want to showcase our team here of college counselors. We are all credentialed school counselors with expertise in college admissions. Many of our members have been UC admissions readers, and we are all data-driven. While each of our high schools operate a little bit differently, we all serve CUSD students in various forms. Because each of us is at one high school full-time, we are able to serve students through Tier 1 lessons, workshops, parent webinars, and through even bigger events like our annual college fair. Here, with some images, you can see some of the services that we are providing to all CUSD high school students, and most recently, even our middle school and elementary school students. As the data has shown, the EL population or English learner population is not at the same A through G completion rate as the rest of our students. So because of this, we have created targeted interventions for this group. We have intentionally outreach to EL students. through various classroom lessons and through one-on-one supports with college counseling to ensure that they are college and career ready. These targeted interventions allow us to deliver to our students so they can understand high school requirements as well as the A through G requirements so that they are competitive for college application or even post-secondary goals. We have also been more involved with the community through ELAC meetings, DLAC meetings, and other community events. You can see that our one-on-one appointments, meaning our college counseling appointments, are representative of our overall EL population in our district. Another way that we are reaching our target populations is by meeting with our first-generation college students and socioeconomically disadvantaged students through a cohort model in our College Prep Academy. We purposely meet with these students various times throughout the school year to ensure that they are on track with their high school requirements as well as meeting their A through G requirements. We know that post-secondary options can be challenging to navigate, and so that is why we are meeting with these students individually to look more closely at their grades and ensure that they have a deeper understanding about post-secondary goals. We most recently actually took a group of about 40 students to an overnight college field trip to expose them to various campuses at the Cal State level, UC level, as well as a private school. This will ensure this aligns with our LCAP goal of showcasing post-secondary options for all of us students, and so they get a better understanding and grasp about the options that are there beyond their current circumstances.
Good evening, my name is Bea and I'm the futurology counselor at Alicia McGill High School. So I'd like to talk to you about some of the tools that we're utilizing to help our students monitor their A through G eligibility. Monitoring A through G eligibility is a team effort, right? Everybody is involved, school counselors, us, parents, and students. And so one of the tools that we're using as a district is californiacolleges.edu, which is a phenomenal platform that students can utilize to search for careers, search for colleges, and of course, track their A through G eligibility. You'll see here a snapshot of what it looks like on the student end, and it's a very clear visual representation of their A through G eligibility. This is an excellent way for students to be able to simply log in and see where they stand and maybe will spark a conversation between the student and their counselor when they see something in bright red that indicates maybe they're not A through G eligible in a certain area. So a valuable tool that we're currently using, and we're hoping to increase engagement in this platform going into next year. So another piece of data that we wanted to share with you is some information from the National Student Clearinghouse. This is an educational nonprofit that provides educational reporting. So the data that you see on the screen is not self-reported data. It is indeed post-secondary enrollment data from the National Student Clearinghouse. And this is where the class of 2023 is attending. You'll see the top 25 schools that our students are attending after graduating from CUSD. And as you can see, the majority of them are Cal States and UCs and California institutions. This in one part is a testament to the work that we're doing to make sure that our students are A through G eligible, but it's also a reminder to us that these in-state schools are incredibly popular among our students, and it's imperative that we continue to increase the A through G eligibility among all students to ensure that they're able to go to the schools that they wish to go to. So how are we sharing this information with families, and how are we getting the message out, right? As was mentioned earlier, A through G is a bit of an enigma to a lot of people. I had this conversation just last night with our PTSA at Alicia McGill High School with President Castellanos present. But how are we sharing this information with families? First of all, we're present at all of our freshman, sophomore, junior, senior orientations. We actually host grade level orientations as a team through Futurology for every single grade level. And it's mentioned in these presentations. We are infiltrating middle schools slowly but surely, and had a very valuable conversation again last night about this, but we will be working towards being more intentional with our work, especially with 8th grade families entering into 9th grade about the A through G requirements so that they have the information they need to equip them to choose schedules that will be conducive to a student who's going to be successful post-secondary. We're at back to school nights at the high school level. We are providing parent education through not only school-wide events, but targeted parent groups such as the Native American families, our PTSA, our DLAC meetings, CAC. So we're trying to really get to those target populations as well to get this message across. And we're making sure that we're present during advisement. We're providing webinars, as I mentioned earlier, and all of this information is in our district catalog. So we are working towards increasing A through G eligibility, especially among those targeted populations that you saw earlier. We're trying to make sure that all students are succeeding when they graduate from Capistrano. So we're doing that by utilizing funding from the A through G Completion Improvement Grant, which is providing professional development to staff members and counselors. It's paying for things like that overnight college field trip that Myra mentioned earlier. It's just allowing us to provide additional support to students to ensure that they are going to be A through G eligible, especially those target populations. We're utilizing out-of-country transcript services to ensure that our newcomer students are afforded, every credit that they can possibly get for their out-of-country coursework, right? And we're ensuring that our credit recovery courses are A through G as well, so that students have an A through G remediation option. We're making sure that our portal, there's a portal that we maintain that has all of our A through G approved courses, that is accurate every single year, so that when students apply, the coursework reflected on their application is reflective of what's being maintained in that portal. We're presenting to the staff at the schools to make sure that they are aware of what A through G requirements are and the importance of them. And of course, we're getting into classrooms, and as Myra mentioned earlier, working with target populations such as English language learners. So our next steps are a little bit more of the same and some new things as well. Next year, we are hosting our first ever californiacolleges.edu webinar to spread the word so that families begin to utilize this tool more. That's definitely a huge goal for our team, is to increase engagement on that platform. Grade level orientations, as always, and additional webinars to support the effort of spreading the message of A through G. We will continue supporting our specific student groups through transcript audits for our English language learners to see who is A through G eligible, and then getting out into classrooms to work with them and to target interventions to ensure that more of our English language learners and other target populations are becoming A through G eligible by the time they graduate. We'll be working with counselors to implement the academic four-year plan to ensure that students are choosing courses that are A through G so that they have that option of applying to a four-year. And we'll make sure to continue professional development as a counseling group to ensure that counselors are able to support students in this effort as well. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time tonight and welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards this phase? Okay, trustees. Trustee Byrne.
I got lots of questions tonight. But on this one, a student does everything right. They do everything, they get their A through G, they cover it perfectly, and then they still don't get into any of the schools that they want to. I've got to believe that there's a huge growing frustration, and I know we can't affect the admissions process, but how are we coping with that? Because that will start affecting, the attitude really of these students who are hearing about this, the younger ones, 9th grade, 10th grade, when their friends who did everything right still didn't get in. So can you address that? Is there a way to address that?
Absolutely. I think that's a great question. And that's a huge part of our work at the schools is spreading college knowledge and increasing students' understanding of college admissions. That's another part of our work that's a little separate from A through G. And part of that is helping students to understand that building a well-balanced college list and choosing schools that have a wide range of acceptance rates is going to be best practice for any student so that they have positive outcomes. I think right now students are obsessed with about 10 schools that they know about, UCLA, USC, UCI, right? And so part of our work is increasing their knowledge of how college admissions works. So one, they can try to be more competitive, but also two, to find schools that are more appropriate for them on an academic, social, and financial level, right? But of course, being A through G eligible will also make students competitive for all post-secondary institutions. So if it's not the UCs, they're still going to be competitive for plenty of other institution options as well.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the whole model is upside down from what it used to be. And you're more competitive going to a school outside of California than inside. And the students need to feel that that's a success.
Absolutely.
And, you know, shame on the state of California for not handling this, but we've got to pivot so that those students don't get disenfranchised. And again, you know, I'm happy to see Saddleback at the top of the list, but, you know, I'd like to see, you know, other out-of-state schools up there as well. So.
I think Saddleback's a good point. If you want to go back to that slide, actually, that has the National Clearinghouse data. I think the other part too is helping them understand that there's multiple ways to get a 4-year degree from their dream school, right? That there's a lot of pathways from community college 2 years into the 2-year back. So if you go back to the clearinghouse slide, one more, yep, that one. It not only is Saddleback at the top, but look at the numbers. It's 1,304 out of our 3,900 kids who went to Saddleback. 107 is the next, right? So there's a lot of kids who are going there and who are going to do great there and then transfer on to UCLA, UCI, Cal State Fullerton, Cal State Long Beach, or an out-of-state school. So helping kids understand that you can still get it done in 4 or 5 years. You don't have to go straight there. I think you've heard me say it from this dais before, you know, having our kids well informed about all their options, and that the 2-year university, trade school, technical are great options and can still lead them to that dream school that they wanted to go to, that they don't have to start there. You know, helping them understand that you don't have to go to an Ivy League school to be a successful student. You can be a successful student.
It might be helpful to even break out that Saddleback number of how many of those students went on to which schools.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
That kind of shows the trajectory that they're looking.
Trustee Jones.
Well, the California Master Plan for Higher Education never anticipated that or desired that every high school grad who did well would go to a UC or even a CSU. That I believe was the top 11% were to go to the UCs, and I forget what under that, but say the top 20%. And then the rest were to start their first 2 years at the California community colleges. That was always the state master plan for higher education. And I think we went away from that, unfortunately, and they started letting people like me go straight to the UCs. Anyway, I wanted to go back to page 15 if we could, and there was a reference, yes. The counselor from Aliso said that we want to increase use of this tool. What is this tool? I guess I missed that.
So this was approved by trustees, I think it was 2 years ago. So this is the only official clearinghouse for the UCs and Cal States. And so as opposed to in the past, when a student went to apply for Cal State Apply or something like that, they would always have to send the transcript in after, then the UC or Cal States would assess the transcript. What this does is this is pre-verifying those courses. So when it's green, that means it's already been verified. And so when they apply for a UC or Cal State, it's accepted at its face value. I think the other thing that's important is that parents can also have access to this and see the progress of their students.
So is this?
It's free too, by the way.
So this is through californiacolleges.edu, is that what it is? Okay, all right, that's.
So it's a service that's part of the Cradle to Career funding for the state of California.
Good.
And do our students?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Do our students have access to this right directly in our portal? So that, okay, thank you.
Yes, and it live updates from our data systems. So students have access, counselors have a portal they can check on the students, and the parents can access. So we have three entry points.
So, yeah, so I wanted to, I had some other things I wanted to talk about. So back in the February board meeting when we found, let's see, what was it we talked about exactly? I guess it was the reclassification data, and this started getting me interested, as many people in the room know. I really basically, I did bring this to the attention of some people. They did the work. It wasn't me. It was Dr. Johnson and his staff, Dr. Gomez and his staff, and of course, Dr. Brown. Looking at how we reclassify kids, because if you looked at the data, and you can go back to it if you like, of which students complete A through G, the English learners are very, very low. Well, why is that? One of the reasons is that if you're an English learner, you are taking an extra class, so you have less room for electives. I mean, there's other reasons, but that's part of it, that one elective year after year after year is taken up by this ELD class. So one of the things the staff determined was that we had 2 periods, and I'm partly telling this for the benefit of the trustees and anybody else on staff who doesn't know this. We just approved a new reclassification method, I would say, and we didn't change the numbers. It's not like you have to have a 500 on dibbles or whatever, and now it used to be 500, now it's 400, still 500 or whatever the number is. But instead of having 2 periods per year when you could reclassify, now the EL advisor can recommend a student for consideration for reclassification any day of the week. We used to have just 2 windows that were 5 days long, and that didn't allow us to consider every single test, every single CIA, every single iReady, every single dibble. So that meant that if you got the right score, but the window had already passed, you might not be able to reclassify this year. I know way more about this than I ever wanted to know, but I really want to thank, again, Dr. Johnson, Dr. Gomez, Dr. Brown, and their staffs for digging into this and making the change. I think that it is going to allow some students who did meet the criteria, but were off from those windows to reclassify. And I think this will help with the ability of those students to complete A through G. Thanks.
Trustee Hannah.
Thank you. I don't know if I really have a question on this. Something that I'm concerned about and continue to be a little bit confused. I don't know how many years ago it was. We took the concept of our academic advisors and flipped it all and added, and now they are a counselor. I'm still confused, right, in what capacity that they function, and with a lot of students, each one, has to carry a lot of caseloads. So it's just something that I want to make sure that this is amazing, that that's your effective partner, right? That's the one that has to do it on the day-to-day basis, or the child, along with, from what I guess too, we added to there and had them get their masters, their social emotional. So I'm not really going negative or any one way or the other. I just want to make sure that we are mindful and we understand that important component, because when I go on to school, I see them with all the kids lined up, they'll go through it, and just make sure that they are supported. You mentioned the training for them. And just because we switched that, and I've always been kind of confused ever since we made the switch.
Okay, any other trustees? No? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
So, and what Trustee Hanchek was saying, is it reduce the amount of time that you spend with each student when you give them academic advising, that you have this community or California colleges.edu, because you're not looking through a paper transcript or trying to figure out, okay, what am I seeing here? It's always there, it's uploaded. And then your discussion gets pretty quick, I would imagine, about academic advisement as far as 11th, 12th grade. That's part of it.
Yeah, the other part of it is the more we can get students to self-monitor, the more we can guide the questions they ask when they're in academic advisement to be efficient with the support they need. Where is the class they're going to take? Are they enrolled in the right class? If they had to make up a credit because they got the D and we need to get them the C, they know what that class is. They know what to ask for summer school or for credit recovery. So all of those things help. So the more we can get them and their parents monitoring that real-time A through G, it helps guide the questions they ask, which means we can be more efficient with them.
Right. And then the other thing with the clearinghouse data, one of the things we looked at a number of years back was the sort of throughput, right? How long does it take a student graduating from this institution to actually get a degree? And I think a lot of trustees at the time were kind of concern that it wasn't really a 4-year degree, but it's more like a 6 or 7-year degree on average. So yes, we do a lot of A through G, but then it just takes a long time to actually get them into the workforce. And that's part of that, institutionalizing an idea of cradle to career, right? That you're out in a reasonable amount of time through one of our great college systems, or the educational master plan, however you want to look at that sort of thing. As you're looking at all of these things, do you sort of also in the background of this conversation have that noise constantly humming? Well, even if we do all this stuff, it's more likely that you're not going to take one of these degrees in 4 years. It'll be more like 6 years.
Yeah, so the Student Clearinghouse actually has really good reports that you can run to see ours. It's not just self-reporting, as I said, it's our students, where they enroll and how they persevere and actually receive a degree. And so we actually looked at that data with high school principals, and we continue to look at the data, do training, kind of just awareness. I think the other part about reports and why californiacolleges.edu is very helpful is counselors can run reports for students on their caseload and kind of really target and be efficient about finding those students who maybe are not on track, and actually do additional counseling that another student's already on track and being successful can do. I don't know if anyone else wants to speak to that.
No, exactly. And one of the benefits of that platform as well is previously counselors needed to rely on student reporting as to how they were doing on their college applications. Now they can see in real time, okay, they've started an application, they've finished it, they've submitted it, and I don't think we mentioned, but through that same platform, students can submit applications directly to Cal State's, UCs, and community colleges. And so it takes out that piece of students unintentionally perhaps selecting the wrong course, other small mistakes that can have a huge impact on the student's ability to enter college seamlessly. So it's really a huge equity tool for students who are doing this work with varied backgrounds and needs and levels of support at home by providing additional tools within the schools.
The other thing that it has for students in the student and parent portal is it has times to degrees, it has pathways to degrees, it has the expected course sequences at the colleges. So it has a lot of resources for the family to help understand. Yeah, you probably don't need to budget for 4 years. You got to budget for 6, right? Or 5 or 4.7, or, it goes through all that. So that's the other point of using a tool like this is it helps to educate our families that 4 is no longer the average.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. And I know that in the system we're seeing that the sort of bottlenecking is the math and English. That apparently, even with all this good education they're getting, they can't pass college algebra. They can't do computational at a higher level of what we. And, we're trying to refigure that as well. Do you split, algebra 1 and 2 over 3 years at bookends, or you try to concentrate it towards the last part of it? Some of the community colleges are kind of fiddling with this, contextualized math and all this other stuff, but it is an odd problem to have all of these high achieving students who aren't actually achieving when you really put them to the test in the way that we expect. And on English as well, this is, it's kind of like, why does it take so long? Well, you keep failing or dropping out or removing yourself from an English and math course. That's part of the story. You find in your major prep that you don't do well in terms of education, which is supposed to be the complement to the English.
I'd like to add also that it does have a college search component as well as a career search component. And so students are able to take career assessments so that they can better understand what their future career goals are so that they can backwards plan. Do I even need to go to a 4-year college for that type of career, or is the trade school more appropriate? And so those are really tools that are embedded that help the student better understand themselves so that can really guide the conversation during our counseling session. So those are also some awesome tools that are embedded in there: a college search tool, a career search tool, as well as career assessments that the students can take.
Thank you.
Dr. Pritchard, I also want to address the concern about getting through in a timely manner. That's one of the reasons we're really pushing for more dual enrollment classes, right? IGETC courses, so that they can get ahead of the game before they even graduate. So.
Go ahead, Trustee Clark.
You raised an interesting point about trade schools. Is there an abbreviated version of this that on the dashboard could guide the student about, showing nice green, squares that they're on track for a certain trade school. And how many students are going to trade schools instead of 2-year or 4-year schools? Probably not. I'm not saying it should be there. I think we focus so much on A through G in college.
Right.
And we don't give as much credence to the trade schools.
Great points. I mean, so to separate the two things, we've got californiacolleges.edu, which is aligned specifically for A through G. But then there's the Student Clearinghouse, which does provide us data on where our students go. And I agree with you. We want to prepare students for as many opportunities as possible. Just because we're preparing them for a 4-year university, we want them to have that leverage to go into whatever option they want after high school.
And that'll be another data presentation on CTE completions and a few other things, because college readiness is not just A through G.
Yeah.
But the focus tonight was specifically the A through G part.
Got it. Okay, well, I have a couple questions and a couple of comments. One was the other options, and as you're speaking to students about A through G, this is an A through G, trade schools, military, what are we talking about career paths outside of that as well? So thank you. Covered some of that. And how do our students know what schools they're not getting into? Is that on there? Is that something that we talked about the ones that they're getting into back on the slide? Schools maybe they've applied to that are not getting into.
Yeah, so we don't. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't have data of that. I mean, students kind of self-report, and part of the conversation was what happens when a student doesn't get in. That's where we come in, college counseling, post-secondary options with alternative pathways. But there's no real data since the students are just informed directly if they haven't been accepted to that university.
And that's confidential data, so there's no, if you applied to school and didn't get in, that's confidential between you and that school. The clearinghouse is actual enrollment. So once you enroll, there's a record of you enrolling the school. That's why the clearinghouse data uses that. So we actually don't even necessarily know all places they rejected either, right? They might have gotten into 10 schools, gotten not into 10 schools and rejected 9 and kept 1. We only know the one they go to.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead. You have a question, Trustee Bolkus?
So how do we have a sense, these trustees that are saying that, we've got these brilliant kids, but they're not getting into colleges? Is that happening a lot? Do we have a number to know that this is an issue for us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting into colleges. I think there's a perception that they're not getting into the highest level colleges. They're not all getting into UCLA, and even actually, you guys can give me the exact number. Cal State Long Beach is now one of the hardest schools in the state to get into. It used to be a backup school in the 90s. Now it's, you don't get into it. But I think, if we look at our A through G rate, so if A through G is the minimum to get into a Cal State or UC, and 60% of our kids are A through G, 60% of our kids are going to Saddleback, right? So maybe they're all applying to Saddleback, which is great. But the reality is 60% aren't getting into Cal States and UCs. They're just not. And Trustee Jones was exactly right. The California Master Plan for Higher Education was never built to accept that many. So K-12 agencies have done a really good job of getting far more kids through A through G than California ever anticipated we would get through A through G. And so, yes, back in the day where they would let someone like me into a 4-year university with a scholarship, I would never even get accepted now because of the fact that back then 25% of the students were getting A through G and now 60% in districts like ours. So there's a bigger issue there, which is why the community college funding, the community college support, and like Dr. Johnson said, dual enrollment and some of those other things are becoming much more critical for us so that we can have other pathways for our students that are not just A through G means Cal State.
Right.
You bring up a good point, because I don't think parents understand the R1 designation with our Navy schools. Like at UCLA or Berkeley is an institution of research and graduate study. For the most part, they just happen to have an undergraduate program. And unless you're comfortable in a 500-seat lecture class from a professor who's kind of somewhat interested in that, and a bunch of TAs deployed to teach you things, my money's on what you're saying is either Cal State or community college, just because that's what we do as undergraduate education. UCs, they're research institutions.
Well, and the reality is the UCs have undergrads to create alumni who will donate to them. That is the purpose of being an undergrad at a UC.
And I think to your point that you had mentioned about how that there's certain schools think that that's their best school. And I appreciate that you're working on helping them understand the right fit for each individual student, because there is a right fit for everyone. And that you're speaking on the academic, the social, and the financial, right? Because there's all those pieces that come together as you choose which is the best fit for your university. And helping them build that well-balanced college list. And I appreciate that that's something that's of value to each of you, and spreading college knowledge. So those are some of the key points that I appreciate you sharing. And I appreciate you all being here tonight, and sounds like you're a super cohesive group that work together within the district. So thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, thank you. And B, I'm gonna be an expert on A through G requirements here by the end of, at the end of my journey through high school with my own children. But we had talked about just engaging more at the middle school level. I think when you get to high school, you're already overwhelmed. So then we throw A through G at them, but then at that point, they don't know how to navigate because they're already they're trying to focus now on high school because they're freshmen. So getting parents that information in 8th grade is just why it's vital, because then it becomes something they can absorb, where when they get to high school, they're completely overwhelmed at that point. So, but thank you. That was great tonight. Thanks. Okay, we are now moving on to 13E, Resolution 2324-31, authorization of temporary interfund transfers. May I have a motion to adopt the resolution number 2324-31, authorization of temporary interfund transfers?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Jones, seconded by trustee Parham. And at this point, I'd like to recognize Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent, Business and Support Services, to present the item.
Thank you, President Castellanos. This is simply a short-term resolution to allow for short-term borrowing from other funds for cash flow purposes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hayes, any speaker cards? Trustees, any discussion? No? Okay. Ms. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Student Board Member Pierce has left for the evening. Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Davis stepped away. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye, motion carries 601 by a roll call vote. All right, we are now moving on to 13F. Resolution number 2324-32, resolution and order of biennial trustee election specifications of the election order. May I have a motion to adopt resolution number 2324-32, resolution and order of biennial trustee election specifications of the election order? Motion? Okay, moved by trustee Parham, seconded by trustee Hanachek. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Chris Brown, superintendent, to present the item.
This is a recurring item during election years. That's it.
That was a big presentation. Okay. I know. Any speaker card? No, I don't know. Any speaker cards? No. Okay, trustees?
We're ready to vote.
All right. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee, Student Board Member Pierce is absent. Trustee Bullockis.
I vote no. I'm just kidding.
Aye. Everybody's funny tonight.
Trustee Davis stepped away. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye, motion carries 601 by a roll call vote. Okay, we are now moving on to 13G, first reading board policy 6163.5, student use of technology and internet safety. May I have a motion to adopt board policy 6163.5, student use of technology and internet safety on the first reading, and waive a second reading? Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek, seconded by trustee Bullockis. At this time, I'd like to recognize Superintendent Chris Brown to present the item.
And actually, I'm going to ask Clark Hampton to present this out.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. So this item simply adds the use of AI and using it inappropriately as part of our technology and internet use by students. So it's adding it to the policy.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, any speakers? No. Okay, trustees, discussion? No, all right. We can do it. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I just wanted to note that I'd love to see that we keep it bolded for both of the policies on the website. Did we already, sorry if I missed that, but I'd love to keep the paragraphs that we added bolded on our website.
We
Thank you.
did it bolded on one policy and we didn't on the other. And so it kind of calls it out, but it's significant.
I'd like it bolded on both. If we could agree on that, I'd like it.
I mean, that's a presentation thing. We can leave it bolded, especially as it's a change, and then eventually will become normal and we'll just put it back to normal, but that's not a substantive change to the policy, so that's fine.
Okay, we can do a voice vote then. Right. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Okay, we're now moving on to 13H, first reading board policy 5131.2 bullying. May I have a motion to adopt board policy 5131.2 bullying on the first read and waive the second? Can I have a motion? Moved by trustee Bullicus, seconded by? Second. Trustee Jones, at this time, superintendent.
So similar to the previous policy, the reality is our bullying policy probably already covered this. But calling out the fact that AI is a new tool allows parents to be aware that AI can be used in this manner. So similar to the previous policy, this calls out the specific use of AI to be a bullying or harassing or really to any way harm another student as something that we prohibit by board policy.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, any speaker cards? Okay, trustees, discussion?
I have a brief,
Okay.
and then that is whether we need anything in our staff policy, not necessarily this specifically, but just letting staff know that inappropriate use of AI is no good either.
So two things will happen. So obviously for this, it'll go into ARs, but the staff acceptable use policy will also be updated. That's coming at a later board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, trustee trustee Davis.
Thank you. I appreciate that we took like Ryan's initial letter out to, Ryan Burris's initial letter out to our community and our families. And then that the reminder that we're not tolerating any bullying. If your child's being bullied, there's steps in place that we need to make sure that these changes happen. So and this moved right directly from that communication. So I appreciate the steps that were taken. Thank you.
Trustee Barham.
Yeah, I would say that the policy as written is spot on. The problem is, I don't think we are as successful as we think we are at counteracting bullying. And that's where I think the superintendent has talked a little bit about potentially doing a discussion with parents in the fall to maybe clarify what we are doing and what we can do, and maybe add some additional measures so that we're more effectively protecting victims, communicating properly to parents, and helping those bullies not become bullies anymore, because a lot of them are repeat offenders. And I think we do have a problem that's not being addressed. We have a great policy, it's just not 100% being followed. And I think we're successful in some ways, but we're not as successful as we need to be. So I look forward to that discussion after the summer.
Okay. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0 with a voice vote. All right, we are now moving on to consent calendar. Please note I'm not even gonna be able to read anymore. 9323, in accordance with the law, the public has the right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allotted between 1 and 3 minutes per item, depending on the number of individuals requested to speak. So, Mrs. Hayes, do we have speakers on consent?
We have one speaker, Emily Creighton.
Okay.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. In the past month, PTAs across Capistrano Unified has donated financially $142,000.92 to our school sites. These funds have covered the cost of non-instructional supplies, library remodels, travel science assemblies, field trips, including transportation costs for kinder, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth grades, paraeducator salaries, materials for math departments, student supervisor salaries, school assemblies, Friday folders and student planners, reminder binders, Meet the Masters Traveling Naturalist Program, Walk Through the American Revolution, Walk Through California, security campers, and kindergarten assemblies. Our PTAs are pleased to help enrich the curriculum and services to our school sites. Our volunteers contribute both financially and their time to make Capistrano Unified the best it can be. We work as partners with our teachers and site administrators. If you have not joined your local PTA and would like to for the next 10 days, there is still time to join for this school year. Visit totem.com to find your local PTAs to join. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any trustees have consent items they wish to pull?
I'd like to pull 15D and 17C.
Okay, 15D and 17C.
Yes.
Get that correct? Okay, any other trustee? Okay, so so trustee Hanachek moved to make a motion for the rest except 15D and 17C. Okay, seconded by trustee Parham. All right, Ms. Hayes, will you call the roll?
Student Board Member Pierce is absent. Trustee Willikes.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek. Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye, motion carries 7-0 by roll call vote to approve the consent calendar except 15D and 17C. So at this time, let's go to 15D. Trustee Davis, would you like to go over that item?
I just wanted to have staff kind of just explain because we had it in an update for us. And I can share that, or if staff would like to better explain. I just had a few questions from the community members. And I just wanted to share and allow staff to be able to better explain the process and how this is approved before and the whole process. I'm happy to share. So basically, this is just an agreement for the Essentia K-8 portable classroom project. And it was approved back in August 16th of 2023. And it was built to house 1,200 permanent K-8 students and adding the portables to Essentia as part of the mitigation agreement with RSV to temporarily house up to 400 Resenda Planning Area 3 students until the new Rienda K-8 student school is built. And the new school is expected to open 27-28 school year.
And this report, this specific report to the state is to maintain our eligibility for state matching money.
Yes.
On the project.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I also want to highlight that obviously this school is quite impacted with rapid growth and concerns about traffic and things like that. And my understanding is that the superintendent will be speaking with the community again sometime in the fall to really address that impact and potential mitigation measures, if any, that can be implemented. Obviously, putting in a lot of portables is the only solution right now, but there might be some other mitigating measures that can be discussed. Right. So that's something that the community can look forward to in the fall.
Okay, thank you. And 17C?
17C, I just wanted to kind of highlight it really. I mean, this has the potential to be an incredibly dynamic program. And I just want to keep our eyes on it. I want staff to keep their eyes on it. And I hope that we're going to use it as a tool and model it across the district. My husband served in the United States Marine Corps. He was a fireman in the Marines, served in the first Gulf War. We're huge advocates for armed forces and appreciate the service of all of our armed forces. And I look forward to strengthening our ROTC program and look at the data from what we glean from it. And that will help determine the success of this program. And we had our first inaugural JROTC promotion and award ceremony last Friday. And so I just really wanted to highlight it and let our communities know about what we're doing that's on this MOU. So thank you. Keep our eyes on it.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion to pass 15D and 17C then?
Moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Davis, seconded by trustee Parham. All those in favor? No,
You do not, they're not resolutions.
no, she said we could voice vote. We could voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries 7-0. At this time, there being no further business of the board, may I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, don't.
So moved or
Okay.
second, whatever.
Moved by trustee Hanachek, seconded by? Who was the second? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Anything.
Okay, trustee Davis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 7-0 to adjourn the meeting, and the time is now